In this video, I'm going to show you the 6 core data types that we're going to be using along with practical examples. And first up, we have strings, which are used to represent any text variables. To give you a live demo, if I come in here and just choose the trigger manually, followed by an edit fields, here we're going to see our input on the left, which you don't need to be concerned with for now. But if we come in here, here is where we're going to set in our variables. And the edit fields node is basically where we manipulate and transform our data. So if I wanted to enter a string variable, this field has three key parts to it. It has a name, a value, and a type. So the type, as you can see, have 5 of the core types that we're going to be discussing. There are string, number, boolean, array, and object. We're going to look at these one at a time with an example of this employee sheet that I have and how would we represent this data in N8N. So first up, I would enter, say, an ID column. So I would have an ID. Now, assuming we have only numbers in our column, we're going to have this as 1. Then we're going to add a new field for the name. We have John. The value is going to be John and the type will be strings. So strings are used to represent all text data. Next, we have the age column, which is going to be 25. So 25 is a number. So we're going to change this to a number. And just here, I wanted to pause and run this so that you can see what the output looks like. So our ID was 1, our name is John, and our age is 25. So one thing you'll notice is in this view, you have your input on the left-hand side, your edit fields, which is the data you're setting in the middle, and the output of this node on the right-hand side. You will notice that all string variables have this double quote before and after the value, whereas all numeric values or non-string values usually have no double quotes. Not usually, they always have no double quotes, and they just contain the actual value. Another thing to notice is you have 3 views to choose from. You have this schema view, this table view, and this JSON view. We'll cover what JSON is in the next video, but basically it just helps you visualize the data that you are setting. So here, one important thing to notice is if we could just come to the JSON view, if you look closely, the age is currently, we've set it as a number, right? And it's 25. So therefore, it does not have any double quotes around it. But technically, we could save this value as a string value itself and just have it be 25 as a string. So if we were to do that, and I now run this step, can you see how the color has changed from green to purple? And it also has the double quotes around it. So this means that we are saving our age value as a text instead of a number. Now, there's no right or wrong way. Usually you would assume it's a number, but saving it as a text variable is also not wrong. And you can 100% do that. It just depends on how you want to structure your automation or application. But yeah, that was to give you a high level idea of numbers and strings, which are the first 2 core data types that we were talking about. So numbers can also have decimal values. They can also be negative, and they are usually used to represent things like prices, quantities, timestamps, calculations, and age is another one. So this is how we use. So strings are mainly used for text data and numbers for numeric data. Next up, we have Boolean variables or Boolean data types. And basically Booleans are used for binary representation. So if something is true or false, yes or no, we can choose to save them as Boolean values. So if we come back to our employee sheet, now is someone C-suite employee? And Boolean variables, what you will notice is they usually have this kind of variable name of is C-suite or is active or has address or something like that, wherein your logical answer is usually yes or no, true or false. And that's why we save them as Boolean values. So if we come back to N8N and we add a new field called is C-suite, and we change the type to Boolean, you will see by default it is false, but we have the option of setting it to false or true. Now in our case for John, he is a C-suite employee, so we're going to set this as true. If we execute this step, now you can see the is C-suite is also set to true. You can also notice that the true does not have double quotes around it. That means it's not a string value, it's a Boolean value. And if you wanted to save it as a string value for whatever reason, if we run this now you can see that the true value has double quotes around it, the color has changed to purple, and that indicates that it is a string value. We will change this back to Boolean, but that's to demonstrate a mistake to avoid. In case you wanted a Boolean value, then you can choose it, but if you were fine with a string, you can set it to a string as well. Next up, we have the array or list data type, and this is nothing but a collection of items enclosed in square brackets. So to give you a few examples, like fruits could be an array which contains multiple items in it, and we use indexing to refer to the position, and the position starts at 0, not at 1. So in this case, if we had an array of fruits, firstly the syntax used to represent an array is it starts with an opening square bracket, then it has a list of items, and then a closing square bracket. Each item is separated with a comma, and each item can be indexed by an index position which starts from 0. So let's look at an example. In our employee sheet for our hobbies, like John has 3 hobbies, so he has tennis, reading, and soccer. If I come in here and add a new field called hobbies and change the type to array, I will enter the opening square bracket first. Then, because these are text values, we're going to enter them as strings. So I'm going to come in here and enter tennis, reading. I'm going to enter a comma after tennis, open the double quotes again, enter the second string, which is reading, close the second string, add another comma for the third value. And here I'm going to enter soccer, which is the third value. And then I'm going to close this array with a closing square bracket. So once we have that, I'm going to run this. And now you can see that we have our hobbies as an array with 3 items. And now you can see we have our hobbies array with 3 items in it. If I was to add another node after this, so say I just added another edit fields node. Now, can you see that the input to this is the output of the previous node, right? So in the previous node, we had this ID, name, age, is C-suite, and hobbies, but hobbies was an array, right? So here you can visually see that firstly, this is collapsible, but secondly, it has 3 items in it. The first item is tennis, the second item is reading, and the third item is soccer. And it shows you hobbies of 0 because we indicated that our index positions, this is by default, and our index positions start from 0. So the first item is 0, the second item is 1, the third item is 2. And this is how it works. I know it can be a little tricky and confusing if this is the first time you're doing it, but basically you just have to remember it starts at 0. And so that's how we know that this is an array, and each array has, in this case, 3 values. So if we come back to our node, and you don't have to get too intimidated by this right now. The more we work with it, the more examples we'll do, the more familiar you'll get with it. And if you ever get stuck or have any questions, you can always post in the community, ask me via DM, or the best way to do it is actually just go to Claude or ChatGPT and just tell it, I'm having a problem with this data type, or I'm having a problem with this array. Can you please help me understand this like I was a 10-year-old? And it will do a fantastic job of explaining it to you. Anyway, coming back to our data types. So that is what an array is. Now, hypothetically, in Mike's case, he has no hobbies for whatever reason. If we wanted to indicate an empty array, we would just put our open and close brackets as such, hit execute. And now you can see that our hobbies has nothing in it. And if I came to this next step, can you see now our hobbies has nothing in it? So that's how to set an empty array. And now if I just come back to our N8N node and just set this though again to reading, close the quotes, enter our second item, which was soccer, and the third one was tennis. The order doesn't always really matter, but what you have to keep in mind is that the indexes change accordingly. So now if we submitted this form, we should expect that reading will be our index at 0, soccer will be our index at 1, and tennis will be our index at 2. So that's it for arrays. Next, we're going to look at what null represents and what objects represent. We're going to do a whole separate video on objects, which are specifically JSON objects, because that's the data format and the data type that all APIs and all web communication largely use. So we'll get into objects in a whole separate video in detail. For now, I will just give you a high-level introduction as to what objects are and also an example of what a null value is. So now I will come back to our Google Sheet, and now in our N8N node, we saw what a number was, a string was, a boolean was, what an array was. Now for our last field, we need to enter an address field. Now you're probably thinking this is the text field. I can enter it just as a plain text, as a string, which I'm going to demonstrate to you. So first, if we come in here and we choose address, we can enter it as a string, enter the full thing, click execute, all good. It shows you as an input that this is a string, all good. Now, as you get more comfortable working with N8N and the importance of using JSON and objects, some entities or some, say, columns that we talk about can be logically represented in a better fashion, right? An address may be represented as a house number, street, city, and state. So if we broke that up, we could actually technically have four separate columns as house number, street, city, and state. Technically, we could have that. And under house number, we would have 25A, here Main Street, here Adelaide, and here South Australia. Technically, this isn't wrong either. But because these actually form like a logical entity of an address, it would make sense to have them grouped together, if that makes sense. And even if it doesn't right now, once you start seeing patterns, and once I show you an example of what a JSON object is, you'll get more familiar with it. But always try to think of it as, do any columns form a logical representation, right? So in this case, because an address forms a logical representation of house number, street, city, state, and maybe country or pin code, it would make sense to group them all together into what is known as an object. So let's look at an object data type now. So if I come in here and I choose object, the structure of an object is similar to an array, which started with an open square bracket and ends with a closed square bracket. An object starts with an opening curly bracket and ends with an curly. And inside it, the same way arrays were separated by commas, the first item was separated from the second item, which was separated from the third item by a comma. Similarly, first object in an object, or the first item in an object, is separated from the second item in an object, and so on. So in this case, yes, like name and John forms one item, and this is a key value pair. So the key is the name, and the right hand side is the value, which is John. So if we think of it in terms of our Excel example, the columns kind of form our keys, which is name, and the rows form our values, which is John. So another example of a key value pair would be age and 25, is C-suite and true. And if you come in now and look closely, the content here is nothing but an object. Why? Because it starts with an opening bracket here and ends with a closing curly bracket here. And inside, you can see that all of these items have that key value syntax, right? We have ID, which is the key. it's wrapped in double quotes, and then we have the value, which is 1. We have name wrapped in double quotes, second key, value is John. Third is we have age wrapped in double quotes as our key. We have the value of 25. You get where I'm going with this. Basically, each of our columns form the keys and each of our rows form the values. And even if you didn't completely understand this object example here, we'll cover a lot more in our next lesson when we talk about JSON. But this was, again, just to show you at a high level what objects look like and to try and reinforce it in you or show you another example. So if we come back to our employees, as we were discussing, this address forms a logical representation, right? That had these various parameters in it of house number, street, city, and state. So when we choose an object field here, what we can do is come up here and just enter it as a JSON object. So all objects start with an open bracket and end with a closed bracket. And inside them, they have a bunch of key value pairs. So if I enter our key as first we had house number, so house number followed by the value, which is 25A, which is a string value. So we're going to put it in double quotes. Then we're going to choose our next value, which is going to be the street. So again, we use double quotes because all keys have to have double quotes. So we're going to enter street and the value is going to be main street. After each item, we also put commas to separate them. Our third item is the street we already entered. Next up, we have city, which is Adelaide. Again, it's a string value. If we had, say, postcode as another one, and say this was a number, we would enter it just like this. We forgot our comma here for postcode. And again, for the last value, we have the state, which is South Australia. Again, that's a string value, so we wrap it in double quotes, close the string double quotes, and this is what our object looks like. Now we don't put a comma after the last item in the object. We leave it as is, and we will just make sure that we have that saved. And now if we execute this step, can you see that we have this address as an object, right? We have the opening curly bracket here, the closing curly bracket here, and inside it, we have a bunch of these key value pairs. We have house number as 25A. All house number, street, city, postcode, and state have double quotes or are wrapped in double quotes because they are keys. All keys must have the double quotes. The values which are on the right hand side of the colon, those can be any of our primary data types, which are usually numbers, strings, booleans, and in a more advanced example, we will see how they can be objects or they can be arrays as well. But in this case, yeah, we mainly have strings. So house numbers is a string, street is a string, city is a string, postcode is a number. We know it's a number because it does not have double quotes and it has just the number as is, and state is also a string, and that's why it's wrapped in double quotes. We can also visualize this in our schema format. Can you see hobbies and address? They look pretty similar. Firstly, they are both collapsible. That means they have multiple items in them, but hobbies has this hobbies 0, hobbies 1, hobbies 2, and that indicates it's an array with index positions, whereas an address has these house numbers, street, city, postcode, and state, which are keys, and we see the corresponding values across. So you can visualize it in the schema view. You can also see it in a table view as such, or you can see it in the JSON view, whichever you are most comfortable with. But that is how we would represent an object using our data types. And coming back to the instructions in our Skool community, The last data type as such to talk about is null, and it basically represents when we have no data. So for example, in here, say for Sarah's case, we did not have an address. In that case, instead of using this entire thing, we could leave it blank. And if we executed this, we would get an error because it's an object and it expects a value, is what it says. So in this case, if we didn't have a value, we would just enter a null in there, execute this, and now we can see that the address, basically, when you have a null value, it indicates some information is missing or you don't have it. So that's why it's just written as null. You can see that it does not have double quotes around it. So this is not a string. It is a special value to indicate nothing. So just to give you a few guidelines while working with data types, N8N does a great job of giving you like visual signs. So strings you'll always see are entered with double quotes around them. They are usually purple in color, at least for now in this version of N8N. Numbers are text without quotes, as we saw here, and they are usually in green. Then we have booleans, which are text without quotes, but can only contain true or false values, which we see in this dropdown. You can't enter anything other than true or false. Arrays always start with square brackets, like our example when we were entering hobbies in, and objects always start with curly brackets, which was our example as such, which was this address example, which starts and ends with curly brackets. And the last was null. Basically, it's in red and it indicates that this value was not found or there's nothing there, basically. One common mistake to avoid is usually sometimes you may save a number as a string accidentally or intentionally, and basically you may have like 123 as a number, but it's wrapped in quotes, so it's basically a string. And if you try adding these two numbers, like they're not actually numbers, they're strings, right? Because they have double quotes around them. What will end up happening is it will join the two together instead of adding them mathematically. So what you will end up getting is 1 2 3 4 5 6, because the 4 5 6 is just joined after the 1 2 3. Whereas if you wanted the 1 2 3 to be added mathematically to the 4 5 6, then you would have to do some conversion, like use a number function. So if you put number and then your variable name, that would convert it. That's a little out of scope for this introduction to data types. It's just something to keep at the back of your mind, because a very common mistake when you're just starting out with N8N is to just save numbers sometimes as strings. It may accidentally happen. And so if you get outputs that you're not expecting, say you tried to add a number, then this is likely why that may happen. Another couple of common error messages you may run into are cannot read property of undefined, cannot convert undefined to object, which is usually around you're either trying to access something that doesn't exist or there's some missing or wrong data type. In these cases, you don't have to panic. You can come into the Skool community and make a post about it. You can DM me directly on Skool, or you can just check in with Claude or ChatGPT, because they are fantastic at helping you debug these issues, and you likely get a much faster response from them. But that's completely up to you. The key takeaways here was color coding is your friend. Learn to read N8N's visual cues. They are fantastic. Test edge cases wherever possible. In our employees database that we were looking at, sometimes there will be missing values. How do you indicate them? You usually use null, or however you may choose to represent them. You could leave them as empty string values, but a best practice is to use null if there's no value in there, especially if it was an object. If it was a number, by default, you may leave it 0. If it was a string, you might leave an empty string, which is basically just opened and then closed double quotes. And if it was a Boolean value you were saving, you might set the default to false. And if we come back in here, yeah, just to remember, strings are with quotes, numbers, Booleans are without. Arrays need square brackets, objects need curly brackets, and if you're ever in doubt, you can always ask Claude or ChatGPT. A lot of what we are going to be doing in N8N. they form the bedrock of most like web communication, and like when we are interacting with APIs or any HTTP requests, which we will be talking about in the next modules. But basically, everything that happens in terms of data transmission, transformation is usually in JSON format. That's why it's crucial that you understand this. And that's the topic of this video. You'll get a much clearer understanding of JSON when we practice a few examples, both in this AI fundamental section, but also when we start building out our automations. For now, though, I'm just going to give you a high level overview of what is JSON, why is it important, and a few simple examples. So, what is JSON? JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is the most universal data format for transferring information between applications, websites, and systems. And it's a lightweight text based way to structure and exchange data that any programming languages can read and write. Yeah, that's the boring theory definition, but this is what JSON stands for. And all web communication and all applications today largely communicate through JSON. So, why is it critical to understand? Is it is universally compatible. Every programming language can read or write JSON. It's lightweight, so it has small file sizes compared to the older versions of XML. You don't need to know what XML is, but it's an earlier format that was used for data transfer. It's human readable, it's pretty easy to see and like visualize. When we looked at our address in the last example when we were talking about data types, so that was an example of what an object or a JSON object actually is. Object and JSON object are the same things. It's become an API standard. 99% of modern APIs all use JSON for their data exchange, and it's extremely fast, quick to parse and generate. The business benefits are that it has great integration power. It can connect pretty much any two systems together. And that's what, but once you understand, like, I'm not even kidding. If you know your data types, if you know what JSON is, and you know how to make API requests, you are sorted with N8N. That's like 80 to 90, if not 95% of what N8N is. And these things you just get with practice. So the more automations you build, the more you practice, the more you ask in the community, the more you check with Claude or ChatGPT. But these are just three core concepts that you need to learn, because once you learn these, you are going to be unstoppable. So try it, just like, even if it feels a little overwhelming and completely new to you right now, that's okay. The more you practice it, we are here to help. I'm here to help. You can always DM me if you have any questions inside the Skool community. I'll be more than happy to help you out. So stick with this, it's really important. And so coming back to our lesson outline, so back in the old days, when a client, or like say your mobile application or your desktop application, needed a web page, for example, it would request a server for that information, and the server would usually send HTML and data back together. Whereas in the modern way of doing things is, say, the design or the HTML, so to speak, the design stays on your laptop or your phone. And so when your phone or your laptop as the client makes a request to the server only needs to respond with data. So therefore what happens is, because it's only responding with data, it's a lot smaller in size, so it needs less bandwidth basically to transfer. And the advantage also of doing that is, that's why your applications and stuff can now be way faster, because there's just the data that needs to be sent, which is sent in the form of JSON, which is extremely lightweight, which contributes to your apps loading faster and performing better. So that was the old way versus the new way of doing things. And for the JSON structure, which I introduced you to in the last exercise, but think of it as an Excel sheet. It becomes a lot easier to visualize when you think of it as an Excel sheet, where the columns form attributes like your name, age, email, ID, and the rows form each person's data or each JSON object. So in this case, when we were looking at John, for example, John is one object in this employees table, right? Sarah is a second object and Mike is a third object. Just building on what we learned in our last exercise when we were talking about data types. If each of these are objects, all of these combined, because each object is an employee, right? It forms a logical representation. Don't get too confused, just try and stay with me. So each employee, for example, has an ID, a name, an age, is C-suite, hobbies, and address. So when we came in here, let me just populate our hobbies again of reading, soccer, tennis, and let's run that. So we have this structure, right? We could see that this is one object. Similarly, we would have a second object and a third object, one for Sarah and another one for Mike. And basically, all three of those combined, as you can see in this outer array, because it's indicated by the square brackets, that is a collection of similar objects. So in this case, our array or our total collection of employees would have three objects, and each object would have its own ID, name, age, and so on. Think of each object as a row in an Excel sheet, and the columns as the attributes or the keys, and the cells as the values. So if we looked at this example, there would be two objects. One would be for John, one would be for Sarah, because an object is indicated by the start and close of these curly brackets. Multiple items in an overarching array are separated by a comma. So that's why we have this first item, comma, second item. And because the items are objects, each object has a key value pair. Every key on the left hand side of the colon needs to be enclosed in double quotes. So we have name, age, email, all enclosed in double quotes because they are the keys. Another word for the keys are always the column headers in your Excel or Google Sheet. So here, name, age, and email are the column headers. So they become the keys, and the values become the cell contents. So in this case, we have John, which is a string, 25, which is a number, and the age, and email, which is John at email.com, which is another string. So that's how you structure objects and arrays. And getting familiar with this, even if you can't write it yet, as long as you can logically read it and understand it, that's all you need to know for right now. You can ask any Claude or ChatGPT to help you write it, correct any mistakes that you may have, and just learning how to read it is absolutely crucial though. So just to go over the syntax rules, which we covered in the last video, but just to reiterate, because this is the most important thing for you to understand, is just like what is the syntax of JSON, how to read it. So the data in the name value pairs will always have this key and then value. Every key has to be enclosed in double quotes. The values based on the data type. So if it's a string value, it would have double quotes. If it is a number, like age, it would just have the number. It could also be a Boolean and just have true or false. It could also be an array, like we looked at our hobbies, which can be an array and it can just have multiple items in it. And it can also include keys, which have null as the value. So if we come back here, it always starts with curly brackets. It never holds square brackets. Square brackets are for arrays inside an object. So if this was our object, okay, because it started with an opening bracket and ends with this closing curly bracket, inside it we can have a key value pair. So this key of hobbies can have a value as an array, but an object in and of itself always starts with an opening curly bracket and ends with a closing curly bracket. There are double quotes around strings to indicate text. The double quotes are also always present around keys. They may or may not be present for values based on the type of the value. And there's no comma after the last item. So here we had a comma to separate the first item from the second item, but we don't include a comma after the last item. The data types we can include in the values are all the ones we discussed. So we can have a string, a number, a Boolean, null, another object, or an array, which are all the examples we saw here. An example of a string value is name, and John is a string value. Number, an example of that is either ID or age. Boolean, which is true or false, we saw for is C sweet. Null, we saw for our address example. The object, which in a previous case we had structured as this entire object, we saved as, if we come back into N8N just to help you visualize it again. If this was an object, it would start and end with an opening and closing bracket. Each of these values would have their own key value pairs. So if we come back to our example, so in here we would have our first key as house number. So it has this syntax, right, of key wrapped in double quotes, then colon, and then value. And so our value has 25A, which is a string. Then we had street, which was the next key, the colon, and then the value, just to format this a little better. Then we had the city with Adelaide as the string. We had to wrap this in double quotes because it's a string as well. And then we had the state as South Australia, which is also a string, another key, and we wrap it in double quotes because it's a key. And the value, if it is a number, we just leave it as is without double quotes. If we copy this and just make sure it's saved and execute this, we did not use the expression syntax of having the double quotes around it, and I think that's why it's throwing this error. And one way to debug the errors that you run into is to always ask this assistant. And okay, so this is what it says it should be. So we will just copy that across, but we still have the error. It just says invalid syntax. And okay, so there were some typos basically that we needed to fix, but this is what our object looks like. So if I come into our address field and just paste this in, we can tell it's an object because it starts and ends with the opening and closing curly bracket. We have all of our keys enclosed in double quotes, and we have all of our values as data types. So these are string values. Adelaide is a string, South Australia is a string, but 5000 is a number because it's not wrapped in double quotes. So yeah, just a quick summary of how to read JSON is to know it all starts with an opening curly bracket. You have to learn how to read name and value pairs. So keys are always enclosed in double quotes, and then we have the values afterwards. Think of these as headers or column headers in an Excel or Google Sheet. How to handle arrays? We can always have lists that contain basically multiple values, and arrays, unlike objects, start with square brackets. The tricky part occasionally is when we have nesting, like an object within an object. Like here, we have this object, right, to begin with, and then we may have an object like an address inside it. So that can get a little tricky. Even if you're a little confused right now, it's completely fine. When we do examples and you start building automations on your own, you will automatically get used to handling these. And just remember, if you can just learn what JSON is, what HTTP requests are, like how to make API calls, and you have a good, strong understanding of your data types, you're like 90% of your way there to mastering N8N. Okay, so if this takes time, don't worry about it at all. It's worth spending the time to get this right, because everything after this is just like smooth sailing. So yeah, coming back to our lesson outline. So this is how we would navigate nested objects like an address within another object. And these are just a few examples. A few mistakes to avoid is never include a trailing comma. So basically a comma after the last item. Like in this case, if we put a comma after postcode, that would be incorrect and we would probably get an error. Okay, for some reason it doesn't anymore, but usually we don't use a comma after the last value. We avoid using single quotes, use double quotes. If you don't have quotes around your keys, that will usually throw an error, if not always. So you don't want to do that. Then you may mix data types incorrectly, like you may save 25 as a string instead of a number. So some key value pairs don't need strings basically, but we may accidentally save them, especially since you might be in the habit of putting double quotes around all the keys, and then you may accidentally end up doing it for values which may or may not need it. Then sometimes we may forget to close the bracket after we finished our JSON object. This is how we can write comments. Basically, this code or this line is ignored. Everything after a double slash is not really considered, but that's again a slightly advanced concept if you are new to JSON, so you can completely ignore that for now. And just to look at what a few good and bad examples are, this is a bad example because it uses single quotes, there's missing quotes around the key, there's a trailing comma, the boolean as string, which is usually wrong. Like, you don't want to be doing that. This is what a good example looks like. Again, this is bad structure and poor structure. You don't need to focus on this too much, especially if this is new to you. You will get the hang of it once you start making API calls. This is what an API response looks like. Just to logically walk you through this, most API responses will look something like this. And what does this information tell us is basically that this response is for a user ID 12345. The user's profile is an object here because it starts and ends with an opening and closing curly bracket. So the profile has sub key value pairs, like each object has key value pairs, right? So the name is Sarah Johnson. This is where her avatar image URL is. What is her location? San Francisco, California. Then stats is another JSON object which has followers as a key 1250, following as another key with 890, and posts as another key with a value of 156. And then it shows you what her recent posts are, which is an array, and an array of objects because it has multiple objects inside. Each object is denoted again by the opening and closing curly brackets, separated by a comma, and then the second one. So this was an example for, like, say, a user profile. This is another example for an e-commerce order. We will look at more examples when we're building out our own automations and making HTTP requests and API calls. And just a few pro tips for being successful when you're learning JSON is start from the outside here and then work your way in. Look for patterns. Similar objects often repeat themselves. Use indentation. So indentation is this space here. So that makes it a little easier to read, so that when you have, like here, say there's a single space, right? Or say there are two spaces, whereas here there are four spaces. So this just makes it easier to read because you know the name and email, visually you can see they belong inside the customer. Whereas if they were in the same line, you might be a little confused, and that's where indentation helps. But don't panic, even complex JSON all follows the same rules. You can always ask ChatGPT or Claude if you ever get stuck. You can just say, explain this JSON structure to me. Even better is explain this JSON structure to me like I'm a 10-year-old. You can use these online validators for links to help beautify your JSON or help visualize it better. But I think N8N does a fantastic job anyway of helping you visualize your JSON. And yeah, you can ask the AIs or these LLMs specific questions like, what does a specific parameter or key contain? You can always hop into the community, ask, make a post inside the tech support needed, or just a general post. You can also DM me on Skool. And yeah, if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask. We are here to help you. And like I was saying, be patient with this. It may take a little bit of time to learn, especially if you're new to it. But just understanding this is absolutely vital to everything that you learn with automations. Because if you understand this, your data types and API requests That's like 90% of the work you will have to do and learn in N8N. So that was it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. In the last couple of videos, we learned about data types and JSON objects. And in this video, once you learn what APIs are and how to combine all three of these building blocks together, you will be 90% of your way there in learning about AI automations and AI agents. In this video, we're going to learn all about APIs, HTTP requests and responses. You're going to learn how to create them and how do you test them. And we're going to look at a few examples in N8N. So what are APIs? An API, or application programming interface, is a way for two computers or two applications to talk to each other over the internet, right? So it looks something like this. An application on your mobile or your laptop makes an API request to a server, and in return, it gets a response. And think of it no different than a normal telephone call that happens on the internet between websites and applications. You can also think of it in this example where Ash would tell Pikachu to use Thundershock, so it makes a request, and then Pikachu, as the server or the responder, chooses how to respond to that request. And so what you end up with is a caller or someone asking for data, usually, that is the request, and you have a responder, which is someone giving the data, which is usually the server, also known as a response. So let's look at a practical example. If I visit this website, you can see this contains data about a user called Leanne. It has some of her personal details like email, address, phone, website, and so on. How this request and response works and what APIs are is basically, for most data on the internet, you have two options of accessing it. One option is you go to the website and access the data. The second way is to use what is known as an API call. And so, like if we come into N8N and I create a new workflow just to show you this in action, say we just add a manual trigger and then we had an HTTP request node. So we're going to cover what methods, URLs, authentication is in a bit. But if we copied this same URL across and we pasted it in here and we clicked execute, can you see we've got the same data that we did on this website, right? We have Leanne, all the same information, username, email, address, and so on. But the difference when you're doing it here in your automations in N8N is basically now you can manipulate this data and make decisions based on it, right? Like say you wanted to check what their email was. And if their email belonged to this domain name, say april.biz, then we may want to send them an email to potentially do business, or whatever that may be, or you may be applying for a job. And basically what this allows you to do is, rather than having to go through the manual effort of visiting a website and then getting data from it, you can also access most data from websites by using HTTP requests. And we'll get into what the various types are in a bit, but that's basically how you could handle it. So in that example, we have one object, we have one user. But say we wanted to get a list of all the users, because their API documentation allows us to get a list of users. We change this URL to just users. We remove the slash and one. And now if we execute this step, can you see we've got an array? We know it's an array because it starts with an opening square bracket. And we have a list of all these objects. So this is our first user. This is our second user, and so on. And so we get a list of users. And rather than having to have manually done this through their website or by any other means, we now have all this data ready for us to use, clean and readily available in N8N. When you make an API request, API requests aren't native to N8N, okay? Just so that we are clear. API requests you can make from anywhere. There are different tools to use it. Another one that we're going to learn about in this video is Postman, and I'm going to show you how to use Postman to make these API requests. But coming back to what we were talking about is that basically API requests, you can think of it as going to their website or manually doing something is kind of like ordering it in store, versus using an API is kind of like ordering it over the phone. Most APIs in the world are RESTful, and what that means is they follow a set of rules or constraints known as representational state transfer, and this has been the de facto standard for API development since the early 2000s. RESTful APIs, basically what they do is they organize data into a bunch of unique URLs or URIs, and you can think of these as, say, separate phone numbers or separate URLs, right? Because say you wanted all the companies that were available, there would be a unique link to get all the company data. Say you wanted all the users that we just saw, that would have its own URL. If you wanted a specific user, that would be its own URL, right? So you can think of each of these as a unique phone number that you would otherwise call for some specific information you are looking for. And if you didn't know which number to call, you would use like a phone directory. And in each case, like each website has its own API documentation where you can see like how do you request for data and what response can you expect. So an example of this is similarly in a phone directory, how you would have a country code. Here you may have like a type of request, which indicates to the server, are you trying to get data? Are you trying to post or send data? And there are different types of requests, but basically it would be some kind of indication as to what type of request this is. Same how we have a phone number in our traditional phone calling example. Here we have unique URLs or unique URIs, each of which fetches or consumes or requests for a specific resource. Okay. And similar to when you do make a phone call, the person on the other end of the line may answer with, hello, who is this? Right? And that is basically to verify if you actually know the person you are calling or have you dialed a wrong number. And similarly in API calls, and that's why they're also called API calls, we have this concept of header authentication, which we'll talk about more in the next lesson. But basically, that is kind of a mechanism to ensure that only people with the right permissions can access the right resources. So, if you want data about someone or something, you basically are the client. You make the request to the server, and the server responds to your request. Right? So in our same Ash and Pikachu example, Ash makes a request to Pikachu to use Thunderbolt, and then Pikachu responds accordingly. So now in Pikachu's case, Pikachu may actually use Thunderbolt, but if Ash was telling Charizard to use Flamethrower, then that may or may not work. So if you get the Pokemon reference, great. But basically, that's how responses work. And so each request you make has a specific format, right? These are some of the key components of making any request. First, you have the type of request, which is get, post, patch, delete. There's also put, but the two most common ones are get and post, which are mainly used to read data from a server, and post is used to write data. You can also use patch to update, but you could also use post to update. And you could use delete to destroy data, but you could also use post to destroy data as well. We'll look at examples later, but this is just at a high level of the types of requests, and the two most common ones we are going to use are get and post. The second component of every request is the unique URL or URI. So this will be like any other website link, and this would be basically the resource that we are trying to fetch information about. The third key component of any request is headers, which are basically metadata about the request. So this may contain, like, there are numerous fields headers can contain. These are just a few common examples I've included. So one may be like accept, maybe one of the headers, which may have a key value pair. So this is a key value pair like we have normally in JSON. Accept is one type, which may have a value of application/JSON or text HTML to indicate it can handle both JSON and HTML, with a preference for JSON if the server can provide it. Another common header used is XAPI key or API key, which will usually contain a value or password. More on this when we talk about API header authentication. And similarly, authorization or header authorization method, which uses either a token value or it may have the syntax of bearer followed by the token value, which says like these are my credentials, and that's how you verify if you have access to this resource or not. And the fourth component is a body, which is usually like can be JSON or form data. These are only included in post requests. We do not have them in GET requests. You cannot send data to a server in a GET request. You can only fetch data from the server. If you wanted to send data, you would have to use a post request or some other type of request. So then what happens is the server receives your request message. It executes some code, usually to check some database or fetch external data, like fetch data from other services, and then it sends you a response. And similar to how requests have structures, so do responses. They have three main parts, which are status codes, response headers, and response body. Now, the status codes are basically of three large types. So there are 200 type status codes, which may be 200, 201. There are a list, but these are the most common, where 200 indicates a success, 201 indicates it's been created, and 204 indicates there's no content. 400 is usually used for bad requests, 401 for unauthorized, 403 for forbidden, and 404 not found. So often when you're visiting a website, you may occasionally see, right, 404 not found, like the website or the page you're requesting has not been found. And then we have 500 type errors, which may be 500, 502, 503, and so on. Different status codes indicate different successes or failures. And as like an overarching type, usually if you see 200 status codes, it means everything's good. If you see 400 status codes, it usually means you have messed up. And if you see 500 status codes, it usually means there's something wrong with the server. And so one other thing just to remember about these REST APIs is that they are stateless. And what that means is the two parties, the client and the server, the person making the request and the person or the server responding, they don't need to store any information about each other. Every request response cycle is completely independent from all others. And so where and how do we test APIs? We use a tool called Postman. So if I come into Postman, you will see this interface, right? And we will get into examples in a later module. But in here, you will see that it has this type to choose from. We have our get, post, put, patch, delete, head, and options. These are different types, but the two most commonly used types are get and post. So this is the first component of making any request. Then we have our unique URL in here. Here we can enter our headers, we can enter a key and a value or any combination of headers that we may have in here. And in here we can also enter our body, we can enter it as key value pairs, or we could also enter it as JSON by choosing the raw option. So we have a bunch of options to choose from. This is what headers and requests and JSON bodies and types look like. And now I'm just going to show you all of this in action by demonstrating what is a webhook. So a webhook is like a doorbell for your automation. It's an API endpoint to receive any request. And as we know, each request will contain a type, a URL, headers, and body. And instead of you constantly checking, like, is there new data and having some kind of polling architecture, this service kind of rings your doorbell only when something happens, and then your workflow or automation would kick off. So let's look at a quick demo in N8N. So if I just come in here and delete this, if we add a webhook trigger, you can see that by default, we have this URL in here, and we see that the HTTP method is get. It also has this path, which is the last part of this URL, like after webhook test that we can see. We have authentication and we have this respond. In this video, we're going to be talking about the core parameters we were discussing earlier, which is the type. So we can set this to a get. Okay, we have our URL. And now if we click on listen for test event, let me come back in here and just execute this workflow. So in here, if we now come into our node, so in this webhook, if we copy this URL and we click on listen for test event, we can now see that our webhook is listening for an event. And we have this URL, we have the HTTP method. And if we come into Postman and we just create a new request, it's going to be a GET request. We're going to paste in our URL and we're going to click send. And it's going to say message workflow was started. And if we come back into our webhook, now we can see the output has all of this information in it. It has like this header information, which is basically metadata about the request, as we were discussing. And like we can ignore the params and query for now. But if we look at the body is empty, right? Because GET requests do not send a body in them. If we were using a POST request instead, and now we clicked on listen for test event, firstly, if we don't change this type to POST, we're going to get an error. So can you see it says this 404 error? The webhook is not registered, and it may even give you this suggestion like, did you mean to make a POST request? So if we come in here and click POST and now hit send, we can now see the workflow was started, right? And now we get that this node was executed successfully. Another thing to note here is because this is a POST request, we can send data in it as well. So if we come up to our body and see we wanted to send a name and say an ID value. So now if we come back to N8N and we click execute workflow, you can see that it's listening for a test event, or you could click into the webhook and click on listen for test event. And now if I hit send, it's going to say workflow was started. But if I look at the output of this node, now if I come into my body, you can see that it has these values, right, of name and ID of the data that we sent. And so this is a very basic example, but this opens up like so many avenues for you to send data from any client to any server and to basically start your automations. So we saw how to set up a webhook. We learned what a webhook is, how do you set it up in N8N, how do you access it and test it using Postman. We will talk about headers and authentication in the next video, but by now you should have a good understanding of what APIs are, what requests are, what responses are, what are status codes, what are the types, what are the key components of a URL, which is the type, the URL, and the headers, and possibly a body if we have post requests. And that's it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. To quickly show you how to set up Open Router in make.com. And Open Router is basically a node or a module you can use that has all of your AI models in one place. So rather than having to set up like separate API keys and connections with, say, ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, etc., you can just use Open Router, which will have access to all of the modules in one place. So if I come to the openrouter.ai website and I just click sign in, you can sign in with your Google account. I'm just going to choose mine. Once we're logged in, if we come up here and we go to keys, we can see this page here with our API keys and our credits. We haven't created an API key yet, so we can go ahead and do that. Just click create API key. You can give this a name, say demo make API key. The credit limit, we will say leave at $10, and we will say reset every month. Click create, and now it will give us this API key, which it says you will not be able to see it again. So you should copy it and save it to a safe place. But now we see our API key in here. If we come back into make and we go to our scenarios, create a new scenario. In here, if we choose Open Router and then choose create chat completion, it's going to ask us to set up a connection. I'm going to click this. It gives us two options. So we can use the OAuth 2 way or the normal Open Router way. So we give this a name. If we enter our API key in here and hit save, we'll see that our connection has been set up. And then we can choose all of the models to choose from. We can choose Grok, Anthropic's Claude, Google's Gemini, OpenAI's GPT-5, and so on. So you get access to all of these models in one place using Open Router so that you don't have to set up multiple connections. Please make sure do not expose your API key or share it with anyone. They'd be able to use your account and all of your credentials. So you need to keep that very safe and secure. And just to show you how you might set this up with OAuth 2 as well, is if you just came into OAuth 2, you can give it a connection name, hit save. It's just going to redirect you to your open router account, and it's going to ask you if you authorize this request. We're going to set a credit limit as well. Just say authorize, and now we can see that it is verifying the connection, and that's it. So we have two connections to choose from. You can use either the API key or the OAuth 2 method. Sometimes in the OAuth 2 method, it may ask you if you want to add credits now or later, but that is completely up to you. But that is basically how you would set up Open Router and be able to use all of the models in one place without having to set up multiple connections. If you're new to AI automations, or maybe you've been building AI automations for a while, but you aren't adding authentication to your webhooks, you're making a mistake that could cost you hundreds or thousands of dollars in one night. Most people think webhook security is advanced stuff you worry about later, but if that's you, you're leaving yourself open to someone else stealing your API credits and running up a bill for credits you didn't use. And so in this video, I'm going to walk you through the three types of API authentication and how you can keep your API safe from being hacked. Okay, so let's take a look at an example. I'm going to build one from scratch. We're going to come in and add a webhook node. We are going to change this method to post. We're going to listen for a test event. We're going to copy this URL, come over to Postman, paste that in. We're going to attach a message and this value of can you help me build my first automation for $0. We're going to send this. We get workflow was started. And if we check in the output of our webhook, we are receiving this message. So now that we have our message, we are going to give this message to our AI agent. So I'm going to come in here, add an AI agent, change the source to define below. For the prompt, we're going to pass in the message we receive from our webhook. We're going to come in here and connect a chat model. We're going to choose the GPT 4.1 model. We're going to come in here and then just add a respond to webhook. We are going to leave this as is, but we will come into our original webhook node and say using respond to webhook node. We are going to save this. And now if we run this workflow, we can see that we are listening for the event. If I send this message across, you can see that our AI agent is running. Our webhook received it. We get this message saying the workflow executed successfully. And if I come back in here, we get this output. So we have this AI agent set up that basically gets a message through this webhook node, passes it to our AI agent, and then responds with an output. Now, as you can probably tell, is that as long as anyone had access, as long as they knew this URL and they sent a message in the body, they would be able to essentially access our AI agent completely for free, right? And in this case, we're just using one AI agent, but say this AI agent was connected to our databases or some internal documents, they would basically be able to access it, maybe update it, delete records, and basically we're just vulnerable to so many attacks, right? The biggest concern though is them using all of our OpenAI credits and essentially just chatting away with our AI agents and our models and running up a high API bill to the tune of hundreds or thousands of dollars. And all of this is possible because in our webhook, we have this authentication set to none. That basically means it's public, that anyone who had access to this URL can basically access our API for free. So that's a major flaw because as we were discussing, anyone with this URL can message our AI agents for free, consume our credits, and run up a high bill. So what is the solution? So the solution is we can add authentication to protect our webhooks. And the first way of doing that is using header auth. So if I come back into N8N and here I now choose header auth, it's going to ask me for this credential. Okay, and we can choose one we have already, but I'm going to show you how to create a new one. Essentially, you would create a key value pair. You would give it a name using X API key, or API key is the most common format. So we're going to give it a name and we're going to give it a value of ABCDE. Okay, I'm going to come in here and save this. And now if I listen for this test event and I come back into Postman and I submit the same request, you can see we get a 403 forbidden error saying authorization data is wrong. So now basically, unless someone knew what our key and the value is, they wouldn't be able to access our webhook, right? So we've added a layer of protection to it. Obviously, we would want to add a more secure password than ABCDE, but at least this is one layer of protection, right? So for people who were actually allowed to access this API, what we would come in and do is in our headers tab, we would enter an X API key and then give it the value of ABCDE. And now if we make this request, you can see, sorry, I didn't start running the workflow. So if I start running the workflow, and now if I send this request, you can see our AI agent is running. We've responded and here we go. So now we can access it because we've added this headers of X API key and the value, the same that we set up in our webhook node. So the second type of authentication we're going to learn is basic authentication. And basic auth is one specific type of header auth or header authentication. And think of it this way. If header auth is like the umbrella concept of authentication via headers, then basic auth is just one standardized method under that umbrella. So now we're going to look at another example using the same webhook and AI agent. But now instead of choosing header auth, we're going to change this to basic auth. And now similarly, it's going to ask us for a credential to use. We are going to come in here and create a new credential. Now this, like header auth, which is kind of similar to header auth, instead of using a key and value, this uses a user and password. So we're going to name this user, say admin, and we're going to name the password as ABCDE. Okay, we're going to come in here and saved. Just going to give that a name. So if we've added our basic auth credential, we come in here and run our workflow. Now, if we run this webhook and we make a request using Postman, using the old X API key with the value, you can see we get a 401 unauthorized and an authorization is required error message. And so because we've changed our authorization method, we come up to authorization, we choose basic auth, and now for our username, we enter the credentials we just created of admin and ABCDE. And now if we come up here, just make sure our webhook is running and then hit send. Now can you see our AI agent is running? It's responded to our webhook and we get our output in here. So obviously, just one thing to note, you want to add more secure passwords. This is just for demonstration, but this is how you can implement basic auth, which is another type of authentication to protect your webhooks from being used by anyone who would come across your URL on the internet. And so in this way, you can use basic auth to protect your webhooks from being accessed by people who shouldn't have access to them. And the last type of authentication we're going to learn about is this JWT or JSON Web Token. And it's most secure and kind of cool because it allows you to capture some payload or user information inside a JSON object and also transport it while you are making your API request or your webhook API call. So what we're going to do to look at this demo is we're going to come up to jwt.io. We're going to be shown this page. This basically allows us to take information like this, which is very human readable, and convert it into a special token like this using an encryption algorithm, which is this HS256 in this case. You can choose other encryption algorithms, but this is one of the most secure. So you can use this algorithm in combination with the secret key. You don't need to know what public and private keys are or what secret keys are, but basically they are used in encryption and they should not be revealed to anyone ever, because they are kind of the password or the secret special key that takes this information and converts it to a special token. And that token is basically the encrypted data that we will be sending in our webhook or API requests. And so for our example now, in N8N, if we come back to our webhook, we are going to change our authentication to JWT auth. It's going to ask us for a credential. We're going to create a new one. It's going to ask us for this key type and secret and algorithm. So for the algorithm, it's this HS256, which has already been set. The password that or the secret that we are going to use is this secret. Now obviously if everyone uses the same secret, it's not going to be secure. We're just using this for an example, but otherwise this would basically be some long string that people cannot guess easily. So we're going to paste our secret in here. We're going to save this credential, and now if we come back to our workflow and hit run, we're waiting for the event. If I come back into Postman and I send this same body and request across, you can see we get this JWT malformed error and we get 403 forbidden because we've changed our authorization and we no longer have access to this webhook endpoint, right? So how do we change that in Postman while we're making our requests? Is we come up to authorization and we choose bearer token, not JWT token. And in here, we can just paste the token that we've received, which is this. So if we come in here, copy this token across, just make sure that our workflow is running. And now if we hit send, you can see that it's fired our webhook, our agent is running, and it has responded to our request. And so one big thing to remember when working with JWT tokens is to never share your API keys and your secret keys. While setting up our credential, we use the secret key that jwt.io gives us by default. But ideally, you want to change this into some long string that cannot be guessed easily, and something that is, as they say, at least 256 bits long. You can always ask Claude, GPT to generate one for you, or go to any online generator and generate these. But basically, please make sure that your secret key is actually secret and not easily guessable. And that key will be used to encrypt the JSON data that you want to send to your API by encrypting it using this HS256 encryption algorithm to then get your token, which we will add to our headers and then make our requests. So you learned how to protect your API webhook endpoints using header authentication in this video, and basically preventing anyone who doesn't have the right permissions to access your endpoints and your agents. And in doing so, these take less than a minute to set up, and you can protect yourself from ever running into people misusing or gaining access to your API credits and running up high bills on your OpenAI, Claude, or any other accounts where you have API credits. If you want to learn more about APIs, authentication, building automations, and AI agents, that's exactly what we cover inside our Skool community. The link is in the description. It's called the AI Automation Masterclass. I'd love to see you inside. And that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. In this video, I'm going to show you how to build a simple multi-platform notification system in N8N, because a study at Harvard found that companies that contact a lead within 5 minutes are 21 times more likely to qualify that lead than if they wait 30 minutes. We're going to do this using N8N, Slack, and Gmail. And by the end of this video, you will have learned what a basic workflow structure in N8N looks like, what HTTP webhooks are, data transformation basics, error handling fundamentals, and how to test workflows out in N8N. The step-by-step instructions we're going to be following in this video are inside my Skool community, AI Automation Masterclass. The link is in the description. And without further ado, let's jump right in. So step one, we're going to set up our webhook trigger. So before we do that, what is a webhook? So imagine your house has a doorbell. When someone presses it, you hear the ding dong and you know someone's there, right? So a webhook is exactly like that, but for apps and websites. So when someone fills out a contact form on your website, it basically rings the doorbell of this N8N automation. It sends the data through like the person's name, email, whatever data you had in your form, and that triggers everything else to happen automatically. And so like another practical example is, if you think about Uber Eats, the moment you hit place order, multiple things happen instantly, right? The restaurant gets notified via a webhook, your credit card gets charged via a webhook, the driver gets alerted via a webhook, and you also get a confirmation text again via a webhook. So all of these are triggered by webhooks, because without webhooks, your automation would have to constantly check, did someone fill out the form? How about now? How about now? Kind of like an annoying kid that asks, are we there yet? Every 2 seconds. So webhooks let the form say, hey, I have something, only when needed, basically. So if we come back to N8N, I'm going to click create workflow. You can set up an N8N account for free. You get a free trial for 14 days. And here, if we come into add step, I'm going to choose webhook. This is going to be the URL that people send data to. If you don't completely understand this now, it's completely fine. I'll show you a demo once we've started building this out. So if we come back to our instructions, so we add the webhook node, we set the HTTP method to post. So here we set this to post. We copy the webhook URL, which we will do in a second. So we come in here, copied this URL, and we're going to test it with sample JSON data, which we will do using this software called Postman. If you don't know what Postman is, it's a software you can download, again, completely free. It allows you to make API requests to services or pass data to webhooks. And I'm going to show you that in action now in a second. So now if I copy my webhook URL and I come into Postman, I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to make sure that this is set to post. I'm going to come into the body and I'm going to enter this JSON structure of name, email, company, and message. So I have my name entered in, my email, company, and message. And if you don't know what JSON objects are, they're basically just a key value pair data structure. And so this object basically indicates that the name we are submitting is Adriano Menezes. The email is adrian@engagementsauce.com. The company is Engagement Sauce, and the message is interested in your AI automation services. So let us take a look at this in action. So once we're done setting this up, we will click on listen for test event, and you will see that our webhook is now listening basically. And so if I come in here and I send this request, we will get this message saying workflow has started. Sometimes you may also see accepted. And if we come in here, can you see that we're getting all of this data from our request that we made? Like these are all headers. You don't really need to know what those are. But the main thing we're concerned about here is this body. And now that we have our data coming in, we're going to transform this and make it a little more presentable. So in step 2 here, we're going to transform the data using the set node. So if I come in here, add a new node, say set, I am going to choose this lead name, and I can add fields or drag them in manually, but I'm going to choose lead name, and the value of this is going to come from the body's name value. So it's going to show up here as json.body.name, which is basically an expression which indicates to this node that I need you to take the name field's value and plug it in into this lead name field. So we have the lead name. Similarly, we're going to now set up the lead email. We're going to drag the email field in. Then we're going to set lead company, drag the company name in, and then we are going to choose lead message, drag the message in there, and lastly we are going to enter the timestamp of when this came in. We're going to choose, and here we're going to enter an expression which is basically now. This basically will just take the time at which it is currently entered, so it's a date time object. um yeah, so this is how we're going to get our form values. In another video we'll talk about different data types, like number, boolean, arrays, objects. But string data types are basically just your text characters. So that's it for this section. We've now set up our edit node, and just to give you a few examples and what it basically does. So our webhook node in this case is like the front door that receives visitors. It catches all of the form data. A set node is going to be like an organizer that labels things. It cleans up the data, and then we're going to take this neatly formatted information and then send a message using Slack as well as Gmail, which we're going to set up next. So if I come back to my instruction doc, we're now going to send a Slack notification out. If I hop back into N8N, I will click here, add a new node. So Slack, we're going to say send a message. Now in here, you're going to choose which account you want to send it to. I've already got mine set up, but if you hadn't, you can just create a new credential. You can use OAuth. You say connect my account, and it would take you to this login page for Google. You can just click allow, and that will be it. So I've already got mine set up. So we're going to come back in here, and we've chosen our Slack account. The resource we're going to be is message, operation send message to. We are going to send it to a specific channel. In there, we will choose one from our list. So I've got this list of channels set up in here. If you didn't have any, you can just click on add channel, create a new channel, blank channel, click next, give it a name, demo channel N8N leads, for example. Click create and close out of this. If we come back to N8N, we can choose channel, from list select a channel, and here we'll see our demo channel N8N leads, simple text message, and in there we are going to set this up. So we're just going to copy this across. The message text is going to basically be this. So our name field is going to be our email, our company, and our message field. And we're also going to include the timestamp. Okay, so currently all of this is showing red because we haven't executed our previous nodes. So if we come in here, we can see that after running the edit fields node, we basically have our lead name, lead email, lead company, lead message, and timestamp. So in here, this should technically show green now, but in case it isn't, you can just drag your lead name in, followed by the lead email, followed by the lead company, then the lead message, and lastly the timestamp. Okay, so that is it. You can execute this step, and now can you see our Slack notification has been sent out. So if I come in here, can you see we've been notified that, oh, there's a new lead alert. This is their name, email, company, message, and time. And just a small hack. So inside our message, you also see this link saying automated with this N8N workflow. If you wanted to remove that message or link, what you would do is you come into your Slack node, you come down to options, click on include link to workflow, and then you toggle this off. And now if you execute this step, you will see the node executed successfully. And if we come up to our Slack channel, can you see now we have the new lead alert, but this time we don't have the additional automated with this N8N workflow. So now that we have our Slack message set up, we are going to come back to our instruction doc, and next we're going to set up our Gmail node. So what we're going to do here is we're going to come in, we're going to click Gmail, we're going to click send a message, and what we're going to do now is first connect our Gmail account. If you haven't done so, you can just click create new credential. You can click OAuth to sign in with Google. It will take you to the Google login screen. And once that's done, you will see your connection set up. So once you've got your Gmail connected, you're going to choose resource message, operation send to, we're going to take this value from what we received. So we're going to choose our lead email. The subject of this, we're going to copy across from our community instructions. So I'm going to choose copy this, and here I'm going to make sure this is set to expression. I'm going to copy this lead name field in so that it's personalized, and here it gives you a preview of what will be sent. So this is going to be the subject. Thank you for your interest, Adriano Menezes. And for the message, we are also going to copy that from here. And if you're wondering what these BR tags are, which you can also see here, these are basically just new line characters. So it makes sure that the email is properly formatted when sending it. So now that this is done, if we come out of this, we can see our entire automation is set up. We will save this. If I come back into Postman and just send this data, it says the webhook was not registered. That's because we've not started this workflow. So once we click on execute, it says waiting for trigger event. If I come back into Postman and click send, you can see workflow was started. We will see that the edit fields got the value in its output. If we come to our Slack node, we can see that this was the data sent out. Let us verify it. Here we can see that the new data has been received. And if we come into my Gmail, we can also see that a new email has been received with the name, the query, we'll be in touch, and it's all neatly formatted. Similarly, here you can also see this email was sent out automatically with N8N. If you wanted to disable that, you would come into your Gmail node. Under options, you can click add option. Under append N8N attribution, turn this off, hit save, and if we were to come in and just say execute step again, it says it's sent. So here, if I check this, can you see now we no longer have that N8N link at the bottom. So now that we've got our Gmail node set up as well, we're just going to do some basic error handling. So for example, like when this form was being submitted or this data is being passed through, what would happen if the email was missing from our data, right? It wouldn't know where to send this email to. And just to see that in action is if we start executing this workflow, I go back to my Postman and I remove this email and send the data, it will say workflow has started. But can you see we get this error saying problem in node send a message one, invalid email address. And that's basically because there was no email data for it to send through, right? So even if we check our edit fields, we see in here that the lead email is blank. So it doesn't know where to send the email confirmation. And so now that we have our email message being sent out, I'm just going to go back to the community instructions and just give you a brief introduction into error handling. So now if we look at our workflow, what would happen to this workflow if we did not submit an email in this form data, right? It would likely throw an error because this email node is not going to know to which email to send the email to, right? And so let's take a quick look at that. If I run this automation, I hit send, the workflow was started. But can you see we get this error saying invalid email address, and expectedly so, right? Because if we look at our edit fields object, the lead email was blank. And so, like a more graceful way of probably handling this, there are many ways of handling errors, but this is the easiest and simplest one just to begin with, is to maybe use like an if node after our webhook to check if all the required fields exist. So for example, we would do that using, we delete this connection. After this, we come in, we click on if, we add that in. The value we want to check is the email field. And this is equal to, we're going to replace with Boolean is false. And we are going to copy this function across from here. Just paste that in. And this dot trim function, basically what it does is it removes all the additional white spaces before and at the end of any string, and it basically checks is if this is not equal to a blank string, then we are going to continue with this workflow. So in the true case, we are going to continue. In the false case, we may send a message or notify someone in our team. So if I click on the false case and add a Slack message to a channel, so I had created a channel called demo N8N leads errors. And so we may just say something simple, error in your form, there is a missing email, please investigate ASAP. Okay, so if I save out of this, now if we look at our workflow, and now if I start running it, I go back to Postman and I hit send, the workflow was started. And now can you see it has gone here and we still ran into the same problem. That's because our check condition was wrong. So if the email field is blank, this we want to set to true, not false. So if this is true, then we want to execute it. But if it was false, then it's going to send a message here. So if we check in here, and yep, the message gets sent. I needed to run the workflow again, but let me just quickly do that. So here we've got to set this value to true, not false. And once that is done, if I run this workflow and I submit this data, now, can you see it started this webhook, but because this condition was false, it's sent this message. And if I check our Slack channel, we see this message saying there was an error in your form. There is a missing email. Please investigate ASAP. And this kind of informs the team that, oh, there's something likely wrong with the form data you're receiving. So in this video, we learned how to notify you or your team members on multiple platforms like Slack and Gmail. We learned the basics of a workflow structure in N8N, what HTTP webhooks are, data transformation, and error handling fundamentals. That's it for this one, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. What if you could clone your content creation brain and have it work for you 24/7? What if that clone could read industry news, write engaging posts, and schedule them across all your social media platforms without you even having to lift a finger? And what if I told you that system takes about 20 minutes to build in N8N, and it's so easy that even a beginner who's never done this before can do it without writing a single line of code and by just following the instructions in this video or inside our Skool community. The link is in the description. Because in this video, I'm going to show you how to build an AI agent that does all of your content research for you, fetches a blog post on autopilot, converts that into ready to publish tweets, and we are using Twitter here as an example, but in reality, you could use this for any social media platform. And without further ado, let's jump right in. In this workflow, you're going to learn how to monitor RSS feeds for new content. You're going to use AI to create a summary, and we're going to schedule posts, in this case, tweets, for social media platforms that we're just going to save in a Google Sheet for simplicity. So the new concepts you're going to learn in this video are what scheduled triggers are, data filtering and routing, working with external data sources, and using basic AI integration, in this case ChatGPT, for summaries. So if we follow the step-by-step instructions, step one is to set up the trigger. So I'm going to come into N8N, create a new workflow. I'll give this a name, say content Twitter system. And we are going to start by creating an RSS feed trigger. So if I come up here and click on the plus button and look for RSS feed trigger, just click that in. It's going to ask us for a feed URL. So in this case, say we are using this techcrunch.com feed. I'm going to paste that in here. And now this poll times that you see is basically like if you wanted this to be automated when you publish it, it would basically check this feed URL every minute. You could configure it for every hour, every day, and so on, so that it could really run on autopilot without you having to do anything. So once we have the feed trigger set up, we can set it up for every hour if we wanted to. So let me change that. You could even set this up for every day. And so if we say fetch test event, we will see that we've got this article in, and it shows you the time, which was 11th of October. And yeah, it's 11th of October. So this is a fairly recent article as well. And you can see what the article is about. And so as you can see, this is a scheduled trigger. It runs automatically at set intervals, unlike webhook triggers that wait for external requests. So now that we have our test event, we're going to go to step 2 and we're going to add a filter node. So if I come in here and add filter node, what we are going to do is check if our title contains words like AI or automation, because that's what we are interested in. So here, if I bring in the title and I say contains the word AI, and if I add a condition saying or if the same title contains a word like automation, then we want it to continue down one route. And if it doesn't contain any of these keywords, then basically, because like this is our niche of AI and automation, what we're interested in, for your case, it might be different. So you may have a different blog post URL and you may look for different keywords, right? But in this case, because we are an AI automation community and we're looking for articles based on AI and automation, that's why I've added these filters in. So if we are checking if the title basically contains the word AI or automation, then we want to like process it with AI. But if it doesn't, we just want to ignore it. So now if I run this step, you are going to see that it kept nothing, but on the discarded branch, it passed down all of this information. And so, because our title does not contain the words AI or automation, basically this workflow would end here. But if it did contain the words AI or automation, we would then add an AI agent to then process what comes next, right? So, to make sure that we have articles that include topics about AI and automation in our case, like this is the specific TechCrunch URL for artificial intelligence related articles. So, if we come back in here and change our feed URL, and now we fetch our test event, like, can you see we've got a different article and it says why Deloitte is betting big on AI despite a $10 million refund? Because this feed URL is artificial intelligence specific, we are more likely to get AI results, and therefore our workflow would run from end to end with a higher probability. So in your case as well, like what you want to make sure is that the blog post or the feed that you are using contains the keywords or topics that you are going to be talking about. So now that we have our AI article, if we run this filter node, you can see that this article is now kept because it includes the word AI and it is not discarded, right? And just to demo the point I was making earlier, that if I removed this word, this to lowercase function, and I executed the step, can you see it has discarded it despite it containing the word AI? Because here the AI is in capitals, but we were only looking for AI in small. So that's why it doesn't work. So one way to do that is to use the to lowercase. Another way to do that is to add an option here and ignore case. So now if we ran this step, can you see that it's kept the article, right? So we will continue processing it. So these are two ways of handling it. And now if we come back to our Skool community, so next up, we're going to add our AI summary generation. If I come back into my workflow and I add an AI agent here, it's going to ask us for source for prompt. So this we are going to change to define below. We are going to change our user message prompt to summarize this article in 2 to 3 engaging sentences suitable for social media, especially Twitter. Include relevant hashtags, and we're going to give it the title, the content, and the link. Now, this prompt can be significantly improved, and that is completely up to you. And similarly, we can also repurpose this for Facebook, Instagram, whatever platform we were looking to use. The purpose of this is mainly just to show you how you can use an AI agent and a prompt to get, like, say, specific content for Twitter. And yep, so you can see we have the JSON.title, which is this value. We have the content snippet, and we also have the link in here. So you can paste this within curly brackets directly, or you can just drag these fields across as such, and you can use them like that. So once we have that set up, we're going to add our AI model. So if we come in here and click on chat model, for this example, we're using OpenAI. You will have to choose your credential to do that. If you haven't set up your credentials, you would have to create a new credential and add your API key in here. To give you a brief demo, if you come up to platform.openai.com/API keys, you would have to create a project in here, followed by creating a new secret key, give it a name. It will give you the secret key that you can just copy across and paste inside here. And you will also need to make sure that you have some amount of credits. The minimum amount is $5 inside your OpenAI account. So once we choose our credential to connect with, we will choose our model. You can just choose the GPT 4.1 model. It's sufficiently fast and not too expensive. Although if you wanted better quality outputs, you can probably use either the GPT-4 model or Claude or any of these other models. But yeah, so now that we have that set up, we've chosen our model, we've added our prompt in, we're going to execute this node to test it out. And yeah, like I mentioned, we've used Twitter in this case, but in reality, this could be done for any other social media platform. So if I just save this workflow and I click execute, you can see that it's received. Our RSS feed trigger has run. We've got our article. If we check our filter node, you can see that the item has been kept because it contains the word AI. And in our AI agent, this is the output that we get. Deloitte is doubling down on AI by rolling out Anthropic Claude to 500K employees, even after a 10 million refund over AI generated fake citations, shows the high risks and huge bets enterprises are making in the AI game. And it's included a few hashtags and the original article. So now that we have the output from our AI agent, I'm going to come back to our Skool community and go to step 4, which is formatting the social media post. So we're just going to clean up the data and make it look a little more presentable. So if I come in here and I click the set node, if we follow the instructions, we're going to select mode as manual mapping, which is set. We are going to add these fields in. So first we're going to have a post content. We're going to drag this output across, and we are also going to include this read more inside here. It shows red at the moment because it doesn't find that value. But if we come into our RSS feed trigger and just drag the link across, we have our entire output along with, we can see a preview of it, the read more and the original article. So once that is set up, we will next add the original title and the publish date. So if I come in here, click original title, go to our RSS feed trigger, drag title across, and if I come into publish date and include the pub date here, yep, we have our entire set fields node set up. And so a new concept to learn here is what data mapping is, and basically restructuring data from one format to another for our next and final step, where we will now take all of this data and insert it into our Google Sheet. Okay, so now that we have our data in here, if we come back to our Skool community, the last step is to just add this to our Google Sheet. So if I come up to Google Sheets, I've created the sheet already. I've just called it N8N Demo 2 Twitter Content Calendar. And all you need to do is create 3 columns with the date, post content, original title. And if we come back to our N8N automation, what we are now going to add is a Google Sheet. And we are going to say append. You can say append or update row and sheet. In this case, we're just going to choose append row and sheet. We're going to create a Google credential. I already have mine set up, but if you haven't, you just come in here, click create new credential, choose OAuth, and yeah, if you click the sign in with Google, it will take you to the Google sign in page, and yeah, you'll be good to go. It's pretty easy to set up. So it's going to choose resource, sheet within document, operation, append row, document from list. So what we're going to choose is our N8N Demo 2. This will get auto-populated once you've connected your Google account. Which sheet are we going to use is going to be sheet 1. Yep. And now, can you see how it automatically populates the columns that we have inside our Google Sheet of date, post content, and original title? So for the date field, and as you can see, we haven't run the previous nodes yet. So if we just click execute step, it will run all of the previous nodes. And currently it gives us this error we can just ignore for now. And here, if I drag in the publish date for the date column, if I drag in the post content for the post column, And if I drag in the title for the title column and now click execute step, you can see it's running and there it's executed successfully. We can see our date, post content, and original title. About Deloitte is doubling down on AI. You can see that we have our entire row here, which has the date, the post content, and the original title that was just added in. So, quick recap, in this video, we saw how to use an RSS feed trigger, fetch data every hour in a completely automated fashion. We would filter that data out based on looking at the title if it contained keywords we're looking for. We can add as many conditions as we like. Then we fed that data to our AI agent connected to ChatGPT. We gave it a prompt. In this case, we wanted content for Twitter, but realistically, we could use it for any social media. Then we used an edit fields node to format our data and get it into this post content, original title, and publish date format. And then lastly, we just took that data and plugged it into our Google Sheet, which we could then see here. And this is our ready to publish tweet. And yeah, we could extend this for any other social media platform, but this was your AI agent for scraping data from a blog post or feed and giving you tweets out of it. So that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. 5 years ago, when I built my first software company with two of my closest friends, more than spending time on development, I would actually spend time dealing with customer support tickets. And even though customer support isn't the most glamorous part of the business, it certainly is one of the most important. And in my opinion, it's the reason why Amazon is a $2.43 trillion company. Because if you don't have happy customers, you don't have a business. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to build a customer support agent that reads emotions, predicts urgency, and routes tickets without you even having to lift a finger. Because nothing grows a business faster than positive word of mouth, and that comes from having great customer support. And without further ado, let's jump right in. You can join our free Skool community where you'll find all the step-by-step instructions. The link is in the description. So let's get started. First, we're going to set up our webhook trigger. So if I come into N8N, create a new workflow, I'm just going to call this customer support agent, and we're going to add our first node, which is the webhook trigger. It's going to show us this test URL and production URL, and we are going to set it to post. We are going to enter the path as support ticket and change the path to support ticket. And this response code and response body, we can come in here into the options and add a response code as 200, or we can also just include a response data, change this to expression, copy this across, and add a code in here as well as 200, and just format this. And we have our webhook good to go. So if I comment Postman to just test this out, I'm going to copy this body. I'm going to come into body, choose raw, copy this across. And if I come back to my N8N workflow, I'm just going to copy this URL, change this to post. And here I'm now going to click execute workflow. It's going to say it's waiting for trigger event. If I click send, you can see that we've received this code, status, and message. It's responded with a 200 OK. So our webhook node is set up. We've tested the webhook with sample data. And now we're going to move on to step 3 to extract and structure the data. Next up, we're going to extract and structure data using the edit fields node. So if I come into my workflow, choose edit fields. For the ticket ID, I'm going to copy this expression. So I come in here into ticket ID, copy this expression. I'm going to enter customer name, copy this expression, followed by email. For that, I can just drag this across as well. Then we have the subject field, the message field, the timestamp, and the status, which we are going to give it this default value. Click execute step, and there our body is good to go. Just a second, I needed to update this. Yep, click execute step, and there we have our edit fields node set up and good to go. Next up, we're going to create our AI agent. So if I come back to my workflow, hit AI agent, we are going to change this to defined below. We will copy this prompt message in here. And if I come back out, select a chat model, we're going to use GPT 4.1 mini. Perfect. You can use any model that you'd like. And yep, with that, our AI agent is set up. Next up, we're going to add a code node to pass the output. And this isn't anything fancy. It just means we are going to structure the data that we get out of this AI agent, because this is going to be text. So if I come in here and just add a code node. So before doing that, actually, let me just execute this step. So can you see our output is this complete text body, right? Like if I view it in table or JSON, it has this complete string. We can't really see the urgency as a separate value, category, account, any of that as separate values. So that's why we add the code node in here to pass this data. And if we execute this step now, and you look at the output, can you see how much more structured it is? And it has our JSON structure, right? So it has all of these individual fields. And in addition, it also has the urgency, the category, the sentiment, the suggested response, resolution time, and what time it was classified at. So now that we have our structured output, next up, we're going to add a switch node for our conditional logic. This is going to check based on the urgency, the category, whether it's a technical issue or a billing issue, and accordingly handle these differently. So if I come back into N8N and I now add a switch node, in here we're first going to check if JSON.urgency, which we can paste in or we can just drag across here, if that is equal to critical. Similarly, we can just add an option and say ignore case so that it doesn't check for uppercase or lowercase. Then we're going to check if the category is technical. Here we're going to paste in technical. We're going to check if the category is technical. And we're going to add a third route for billing. So if I come in here and check if the category is billing, then we will handle it differently. We can just rename these as, say, urgent, technical, and billing. And here we can add another fallback option so that in case none of these values matched, basically if the urgency wasn't critical, the category wasn't technical, or the category wasn't billing, then what do we want to do? So in that case, we are going to add a fallback output. And for now, we are going to select extra output and say, now we can see these 4 branches that come out of our switch node, which means we can now handle these 4 cases independently. And yeah, in your case, you may add multiple, or you may have different check conditions, like your imagination and the use case is really the limit. But yeah, this is just to demonstrate how you would handle different categories, different urgencies in different ways. So next we're going to add a Gmail node to notify the customer that we've received their support ticket. And we're also going to send a Slack message to us as the internal team. And so if I come back to my N8N workflow, under the urgent or critical branch, which was our first branch, if I enter Gmail, click send a message. For our 2, we're going to drag the email across. For the subject, we can copy this from here. The JSON.id it says is not valid. So it is JSON.ticket.id actually. So we put the ticket ID in, and for the message, we are just going to copy this entire thing across, paste that in here, and here also we need to fix the JSON ID field with the ticket ID. Okay, so that looks good. And now we will maybe just quickly run this node to verify that it works. And so it can say it was sent. And if I come up to my inbox, I can see I have this new ticket received, and it shows me all of our information in here. For our next step, we're going to add a Slack node to notify us as the team internally. So if I come back to my N8N workflow, I go up here, I choose Slack, choose send a message, and in here we're going to send it to a specific channel. If you haven't logged in, you can just create a new credential. It's pretty easy to do, and you can just use your Google OAuth to log in. What list are we going to use? I've chosen the wrong Slack account. So if I come in here and I choose the critical or urgent channel in Slack, and for the message in here, we are going to copy this message across, which I will come in and paste. The ticket ID we need to replace with the previous node. So if I come back to our schema, if I check in the switch, for example, I will see that in there. I can just format this to make it look a little better. The category, the sentiment, the message, suggested action. Okay, perfect. And now if I run this node to check if things are working as expected, you can see it says node executed successfully, and we can see all of these messages. And if I come into my Slack and I check under the support urgent channel, if you didn't have the channel created, you can always just come into Slack, add a channel, and yep, that's all you need to do. So here we can see that all of our information is in here. And that is it for this step for the critical branch. For the next two steps in the technical branch and the billing branch, it's going to be pretty much the same. I'm going to go ahead and set those up right now quickly. So for the technical branch, I'm going to enter a Gmail node, send message to, we are going to send it to the email. The subject, if we copy across, is going to be this. Just to confirm, we are on our technical branch. Yep. So this is going to be the ticket ID field, not the JSON.id. Then in our email type, we can leave that as HTML. And for our message, we're just going to copy this across and paste it in here. And we just need to make sure that instead of the ticket ID as JSON.id, we have the correct ticket ID in there. And similarly, we are also going to set up a Slack node to send a message to a channel. We've got to choose the right account, send a message to a channel, to our technical channel, which I have created in Slack already. If you didn't have the channel, you'd need to create it first. You can just come over to Slack, click the add channels here, just give it and create a new channel, blank channel, click next, give it a name, and you'll be good to go. And so if I come back to my workflow for the message text that we want to send on Slack, we are just going to copy this across and paste it in here. We have all of our details, only the JSON.id for the ticket ID. We need to make sure we are using the correct ticket ID. And yep, we have our technical setup. Similarly, we will set it up for billing next. This was our Slack message actually for the technical support. And in here, we just have to make sure that we update the ticket ID. Next up, we're going to set up the billing branch. So if we come into billing, choose Gmail, send a message. We are going to send it to the json.email, or we can also take it from this code node. The subject is going to be this. The email type we leave as HTML, and the message we can copy this across, paste it in here, and yep, we should be good to go. That is the Gmail node done. And if we come into Slack here, we will copy the Slack message, enter it in here, choose Slack, send a message, choose Slack account, send message to channel. We're going to choose the billing channel. Again, like, you will just need to make sure that you have that set up, and that is our Slack message and Gmail set up for the billing route. And for our last fallback route, we are just going to send a more general support email and Slack message. So if I come into Gmail, click send message. For the email, we're going to drag that in here. For the subject, we copy this across. For the email type, we leave that as HTML. And for the message, we just copy this in here. So this will notify our customer that an email has been sent. I accidentally added it to the billing route. So we will just disconnect those nodes, drag it in here, connect the fallback, and connect the billing to where it was. So we've got our Gmail node set up. And next we are going to send a Slack message. So if I come in here, click Slack, send a message to the channel, and we will send it to the support general channel. And the message there, we're just going to copy this across and paste it in here. Okay, perfect. So we have all of that set up. We're just going to come in and save this. We are going to execute the workflow, and if we send this data through, we get our response. And if we see that this workflow has executed successfully, we can see that the output from our code branch and AI agent predicted that this was a critical ticket. If we check the route, we can see that the Gmail message was sent as well as the Slack message. If I come into my Gmail, I can see that I have received the new email. And if I check my Slack channel under urgent, yep, I can see the message come through as well. So that's it. You learned to build a customer support agent in N8N that uses a webhook, an AI agent, routing logic, and conditionally handles them. This is a more beginner-friendly customer support agent. You can obviously make this even more complex with even more custom logic based on your use case and how you would like to handle tickets. But yeah, that's it for this one, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. If you've ever been at a networking event and have gotten someone's business card and you wanted to reach out after with a personalized message to show them that you actually took the effort to go and do your homework about them, in this video, I'm going to show you how to build a networking AI agent that takes any business card or contact information, scrapes their website, and finds a personalized message for you to send them, 100% automated, so that they think, oh wow, this person actually bothered to do their research about me before reaching out. And without further ado, let's jump right in. So if I come into the Skool community and look at step-by-step instructions, first up, we've got to set up a webhook. So if I come into this project, click on webhook, we are going to give it the path as new contact. So I'm just going to enter this in here, listen for the test event. We are going to hop over into Postman, If you haven't got Postman set up, you can just download it from the internet. It's completely free. This is the website. And yeah, you can just download it for your specific machine. Coming back to our workflow, we will just copy this URL, head back into Postman, paste that in here. And if we come back to our instructions, it's a post request. So just to make sure we've got that set up, if I come in here, stop listening, set the HTTP method to post, listen for test event, and then we will send this data from Postman. So we will come into body, click on raw, paste this across and hit send. And we see that, okay, we get that error because we've set it up as get. If we set it up as post, hit send, we get the message workflow was started. And in here, we can see that we've received everything, all the information inside our body. Perfect. Next up, we're going to use a set variables node. So if I come in here, find the set variables, I'm going to enter the name, email, company name, and domain. So if I enter a name, email, company name, and domain, if I minimize the headers and look at our body, so I'm going to drag the name field in, the email, the company name, and the domain we do not seem to have. So if I come back in here, yep, we have an expression for it. So the domain, this expression, basically what it's going to do is it's going to look at the email, and it basically is going to use this split function on the at the rate symbol. So basically what this will do is it will look at this string, it will split it into parts based on wherever it finds an at the rate sign. So it splits it here after it finds this at the rate after Sarah, and basically it's going to put each part that it finds into an array. So what that means is it's going to put Sarah in an array, it's going to put this oliverestaurant.com.au in the second position, which is basically going to be the first index position in an array. Not to get too technical and confuse you, if you haven't completely understood arrays, you can go and check it out inside the AI fundamental section inside the Skool community, where we dive into this deeper. But for now, you can just know basically it splits this into two parts. The first part is going to have everything before the at the rate sign, the second part is going to have everything after the at the rate sign. And basically, we know that looking at email patterns, that everything after the at the rate sign is going to be the business email in this case, or the business domain. So next up, we're going to set up our if node, which is step 3. So if I come back to our workflow and I click on if, we are going to basically check and ensure that the domain that we've extracted has a valid value. So we are going to say if that is true, basically that the length has a valid value. If we execute this step, we can see that we have one item in our true branch. So to fetch the website information, we are going to come in here and add an HTTP request. We are going to leave that as get, and for the URL we are going to paste this in, which is basically, it just adds this HTTPS, which is the protocol at the start, and then it uses the domain value that we've got after our if node, which is also present in our edit fields node. You can use either one. And then if we run this node, we will see that we have this entire like HTML, which is basically it's gone to the website and fetched all of the content back as HTML. But now we've got to process and format it. So we're going to add the small code node, which is basically going to give us the HTML transformed. So if we had a code node, code in JavaScript, have this and we execute this step. So this, can you see now? It looks like this was our input, which had all of this HTML. It's basically stripped a lot of these HTML tags and a lot of the HTML, and now it's given us more string data, and that is what we are going to use in our next step. So next up, we're going to add our AI agent. So if I come in here and add our AI agent, we are going to change this to define below. For our prompt, we are going to come in here and just copy all of this across. It's basically going to tell the AI what we are expecting, a few subject lines. We're going to give it all of the business info, what we've gotten from the domain. And yeah, so if we replace this because it's giving us an error, and we replace this with the text node that we've gotten, and the rest of it looks good. We've got to connect a chat model. So if we use OpenAI's 4.1 mini, that should work. And then that's it. So if we now save this workflow and then come up to our AI agent and execute the step, you can see that it's running and it gives us an output with a few subject line options. This data is not properly formatted because it has the new line characters that you can see with the \n. And next up, we're going to send an email using this information. So if we come back to N8N and after our AI agent, we add a Gmail node. In there, we are going to send it to this address. Now we come in here, click send a message. Now the two we send it to is ideally from our webhook. It could be to the person whose email we've extracted, right? But like just for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to send it to myself. So I'm just going to enter my email in here, which is why I had also included the business information. But yeah, ideally, this could go to the customer directly, or you can send it to yourself as well to proofread and then finally send it out. So, this you could set statically, or you can always just drag in your business email in here. And next up, for the subject, this is what we are going to copy across. Yeah, and just on that note, make sure in your Postman, inside this your business email field, you've included your email address, because otherwise all of these will come to me. But yeah, so we've entered our subject line, and now for our message, we're just going to copy this across, and in our message field, we are going to paste that in. We can leave it as HTML or turn it into text. We'll just leave it as HTML for now. And if we save, and if I come to our HTML node and execute it, you can see that the message was sent. If I come in here, you can see that we've received our entire email. It's obviously not formatted. Just to quickly show you that. So here we'd have to come in, maybe set this up, and here's the email template, the contact name, contact email, contact business name, the email that we would like to send them, along with the JSON output. So now if we execute this step, this may still not be formatted because we haven't included our break tags. Yep, so if I come back into N8N and just make sure that we've included our break tags, because this is HTML, and yep, If you aren't familiar with what break tags are, they're basically just like new line characters when you're using it in HTML. So we've got those in, and yep, so we can include a from or something like that. And now if we execute this step, you can see it's executed successfully. And if I come back in here, now you can see that it's a lot more clean, and it shows you a few subject line options, the email body. We could format this a little more, but you get the gist of it. And basically the point of this video was to show you how using just some contact information, a simple webhook, and an HTTP request to fetch data from their website, gather insights, give you subject line options, including a fully templatized email body, which is personal as well. You can just have an email delivered to your inbox for you to proofread before finally sending it out to the person that you probably met at a networking event or got their business card. That makes them feel like you took the trouble to actually do some research about them and their company and their business before actually reaching out. So that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. To learn how to build a multi AI agent. Now, if I come up here, you can see we have this one main AI agent, which is like an orchestrator or a conductor of multiple AI agents. And as you can see, we've given it access to a calendar agent, a contact agent, and an email agent. The email agent has access to our entire Gmail, which is present in this tab. Our calendar agent has access to our Google Calendar, and our contact agent has access to this Airtable database of all our contacts. So in this video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this one AI agent, which will basically function like a personal assistant. And I'm just going to chat with it using voice or text. And it's going to be able to take that text input and accordingly decide, use its own brain and decide which of these sub agents to use. So it's basically going to function as our personal assistant, and we are going to build all of this in N8N, and I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Okay, so to show you a few examples of how this works is first, like, let me ask our personal assistant to send an email to one of the contacts in our database. So I'm just going to choose my name so that we can actually verify that the email is being sent. So I'm going to come up in here and say, can you send an email to Adrian Menezes asking him if he's free for soccer this weekend? And then if I hit enter, you'll see that this AI agent has run. And the email asking Adrian Menezes if he's free for soccer this weekend has been sent. So let us come into our email and check if we have received that. So yeah, as you can see, it says, hi, Adrian Menezes, are you free for soccer this weekend? I mean, now in this case, I'm just sending it from myself to myself because I have both those email accounts set up. But basically, you can see how we can use our personal assistant agent to send out emails without us just having one single email agent that can only do email stuff, right? Like we have multiple agents here, and actually it's the job of this one agent to decide which tool to use in what order and stuff like that, right? And now to show you another example in action where we're using the calendar agent. So say I gave this AI agent a command of, can you schedule a dinner event between Kevin Hart and myself for tomorrow at 9 p.m. at the Marriott? And now if I hit send, you can see our AI agent is running. Now you can see that it's calling our contact agent. It gets those results, and you'll see as the workflow goes through, the main thing that you have to learn when working with multiple agents and these multi-agent workflows is to look at these logs and executions. So if I come in here, like you can see our logs, right? So it says when chat message received. So this is the first chat input we're giving it. Let me pull this up a bit. So we ask it, can you schedule a dinner event between Kevin Hart and myself for tomorrow at 9 p.m. at the Marriott? Then we get, so our simple memory, this is just a memory node that I've set up for adding additional context, but I'll explain the memory nodes and the think tool in a bit. So basically, this memory node just has access to the last 5 messages that we've sent within this chat or within this conversation. Okay, so then we have our OpenAI chat model, which is our main orchestrator agent that's running. So this is the entire system prompt we've given it. I'll show you all of this in detail in a minute. But so our OpenAI chat model runs, and then we call the contact agent. So you can see the query that it's automatically received is fetch contact details for Kevin Hart. And the output is, I found the contact details for Kevin Hart. Here it is. And it shows you the phone number, the email and stuff, which has come from our Airtable database, right? It has this 099 and ends with 8822. So it has exactly fetched Kevin Hart's details. It gives it back to our OpenAI chat model, which is the orchestrator agent. Then the orchestrator agent decides that, okay, now I need to schedule the dinner event. So which tool do I need to call? Then it realizes it needs to call the calendar tool. So it calls the calendar agent in here, and it says schedule a dinner event tomorrow, 7th November 2025 at 9 p.m. at the Marriott with Kevin Hart and the user. And the output is here, as we can see. And it even includes this final calendar link, and then it just sends this back to the original orchestrator agent, and it says the dinner event has been created or scheduled. If you need any further assistance, please let me know, which is the final chat we receive here. And it just then updates our simple memory. So just to verify that all of this has worked as expected, if I come into our Google tab, you can see we have both our dinner events created. Like, isn't that so cool that we have this like personal AI agent built that can manage our entire calendar? It can send out emails, and it can even access a contacts database that we have, right? So now I'm going to explain like how do we build this out? What are the key concepts? How do you set up like multiple agents? What is the advantage or disadvantage of using multiple agents? And we're going to look at all of that in a step-by-step process. Okay, so I'm going to now explain each aspect of this multi-agent workflow and how that works. So first up, we have our main AI agent. Now, if I come into this agent, you can see that we have this trigger as the chat input, like we've seen in different AI agents. So if I wanted to create one of these from scratch, what I would do is I would first come in here and choose AI agent. By default, it's going to say connected chat trigger node. We're going to have our chat message received. And this is basically the basic first step setup of connecting this agent to a chat message input. Okay, so now we can receive any kind of chat message. So the next step we're going to do is, so that our AI agent is functional, is give it a chat model. And in this case, we're just going to use the OpenAI chat. So if I come in here and I connect a model, so if I choose OpenAI chat model, for our model, I'm going to choose GPT 4.1 mini. I'm just going to select the key to connect it with. If I hit save, and now if I click open chat and I click on hello, my name is Adrian, and I hit enter, you can see our AI agent has run. It says, hello, Adrian, how can I assist you today? Now, this is interesting, and I just wanted to show you this if we've not talked about it before, is the concept that I'm going to introduce to you now, which is this memory node that each AI agent has. So if I ask it, what is my name? You can see it says, I don't know your name based on our conversation so far, even though I've just told it my name, right? Which is weird, like, because I've just mentioned it. But that's because the AI agent just treats each message in isolation. It doesn't have any memory of our conversation. So how do we add memory to our conversation is it's very simple to do. You just click the plus button on the memory. You choose simple memory, and basically you specify this context window length. And this number specifies how many of the past messages in this chat, both from you as well as the AI's response, will be saved. So a default number is kind of 5, which I think is perfectly reasonable. If you wanted it to have even more memory or even more access, you could set this to 10. But just know that basically what this then does is it gives that much more context to your AI models, which also means the input tokens required to consume that message history will increase, and therefore the cost of each message and each interaction with the AI will go up. Now, that is a trade off for you to decide based on what's ideal for your use case and your application. Between 5 to 10 is, yeah, more than enough. So, if we come back in here, now that we have this memory node set up, if I hit save and if I come in here and just start our chat over, if I say, "Hi, my name is Adrian." To confuse it even more, I'm not going to ask it immediately. I'm going to say, "My hobbies are football and tennis." Okay. So now if I had to ask it, um, "Can you tell me my name?" You can see, yes, your name is Adrian, right? So this is how the memory tool works when we are working with AI agents, and how you can retain message history or context with each interaction that you have. And rather than each message being treated independently in isolation, it actually has memory of the conversation that's happening. Okay, so coming back to our original personal assistant workflow, we've seen how to set up the AI agent, the chat trigger input. We've seen how to connect the OpenAI model. We've seen a simple memory in action. Now, next up is, just as a best practice, you can always give your AI agents access to this think tool. And it's basically like just giving your AI agent a scratchpad to do any kind of reasoning or thinking while working with complex tasks. And so, because we need like one agent to be able to think and decide like which AI agent should I choose, right? Do I choose the calendar, contact, or email agent? And you may build your own workflows out, which may be even more complex. So this is a relatively simple example, though very powerful for managing, like, say, your inbox, calendar, and contacts. But if you did have a more complex example, or even for this itself, right, like if your command, like your chat input message, was more complex, and if you were trying to leverage all the agents simultaneously with more complex instructions, like trying to invite multiple people for multiple dinners at different times, or breakfast, lunch, and dinner at different times, and then update the contacts accordingly and stuff like that, your AI agent might otherwise get overwhelmed and might not know what to do, and it may start to hallucinate, or it may eventually just give you bad outputs. So, to prevent the likelihood of that happening, we give it access to this Think tool, and that just makes it more likely that our agents perform better. There's nothing that you really need to do in terms of configuration. All you need to do is come into your AI agent. So, if I come in here, I just click on Tool and I click Think. All I'm going to do is just give it access to the Think tool. That's it. I can give it a description. So if I come back to our example, in this case, yeah, we've just given it a very generic explanation, but we could change this, and that's what I'm going to do now. So basically, you don't really have to do anything with the Think tool. It's more just for the AI agent to make sure that it produces better outputs, and we give it a kind of scratchpad to think about stuff as we give it our instructions. So I'm just going to save our workflow for now. And if I come back to our main personal assistant workflow, you can see that we have set up pretty much the first half of our AI agent, the chat trigger input, along with these additional tools of the memory, the model, and the think tool. Now I'm going to explain to you how do you set up each of these sub workflows and how do you connect it to the main workflow. So before we get into the sub agents, like to take one step back. Like if we didn't have access to these sub agents or child agents, right? The calendar, contact, and email agents, how would we kind of manage this personal assistant? Well, what we would have is pretty much one AI agent. Let me show you that in action. So we would have one AI agent. I'm not going to configure it, but this is one AI agent. We'd connect our, say, chat model, our memory, our think tool. Okay. But then here, like if we wanted to manage, say, our calendar, we would come in here, add the calendar tool. Then we would have one node just to handle create events. Then we would have to add, if I come in here, then I would have to add another calendar tool just to say get events or delete events or get many events, update events, and so on, right? And the more of these that we add, right? Like we would have, say, 5 or 6 calendar agents. We would have 3 to 4 email agent functionalities. We may have a couple of contact agent functionalities. And say by the end of this, we have somewhere between 10, 15, or 20 tools that our AI agent needs to be able to pick from. And not only is that complex enough, right? Like if we have to give it 15 or 20 tools to be able to pick from, this AI agent system message or system prompt we give it would have to be so in depth to make sure that the AI agent doesn't get confused, right? That's one big issue to handle. The more complex the system instruction, the more likely the AI agent is to make a mistake, right? And then similarly, in our input, they automatically start becoming more complex because the AI agent doesn't know how to handle our inputs, right? It doesn't know which of these tools or which of these agents to call. And even if it does, like it just becomes very unmanageable very fast. And so, what a better way of doing it is to create these sub agents. Like now, our calendar agent will have access to the 5 or 6, say, calendar related events. Like if I show you that here, like this is going to be our simple calendar agent, right? It's the same AI agent with access to a chat model, and it has access to, okay, in this case, these 4 events. Similarly, our contact agent has access to these 2 events. It's just an AI agent node. We've just connected our chat model and we've just given it access to these 2 operations we need from our Airtable database. And then similarly for our email agent, which has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nodes or tools to choose from about labels, drafts, unread, status, emails, send, reply, etc. These are all configured within our email agent. So what this also does is it forms like a logical separation between each of our AI agents, right? So then that automatically starts to make things more manageable. One, and once we set up these multiple agent workflows, right? Our calendar, contact, and email agents, the advantage of doing that is you can reuse these in any other workflow. So tomorrow, say I'm building an event management system for whatever corporation or organization, chances are I'm going to need some sort of scheduling that requires a calendar agent, or I'm going to need some sort of email tool to reply to customer queries and stuff like that. So then, rather than creating everything from scratch again, I can just use this email agent or I can just use this calendar agent as a sub workflow of my main orchestrator agent, right? And I'm hoping that you're starting to see the possibilities of what we're building here. Because once you start building these smaller, more functional agents, you can reuse them throughout more complex AI agents that you may build. And so, like, that was the high level gist of how we build out these multi agent workflows. So, just to recap, I know we've covered a lot. So, we've seen how to set up the AI agent, the main orchestrator agent. We've seen how to set up our chat trigger input. We've connected our AI model. We've given it context by using the simple memory so that it remembers stuff. And we've even given it access to the think tool so that it knows which of our sub agents to choose. And now for the last part in this, I'm going to show you how to connect these sub agents and how to set them up so that you can start building your own personal assistant agent workflow and even build on this example or any other future example where you need access to multiple agents. And that's what we're going to look at next. So, whenever you're building any multi agent workflow, I like to do it by first building out the child agents. And how you do that is you set up your child agent. When setting up the trigger, in this case, it's not going to be manually triggered, right? How we've looked at in previous examples. It's not going to be triggered by a chat message either, because the trigger is going to come from our main orchestrator agent. So what we need to do is we are going to click on when executed by another workflow, which is our main parent workflow. Now we could choose define using fields below. We could also specify using a JSON example, but what I like to use and which is most flexible is to just say accept all data. And what this will do is we'll see it in action. Is it basically just receives a JSON.query object which contains like what it actually needs to do, and then it figures out what it needs to do. So this is our trigger input. And then after this, what we will do is we will just add our AI agent. And this is pretty much the same like we've always set up. We're just going to choose define below. All we need to do is give it a prompt or a user message, and which is going to be the JSON.query that we get in. We're going to get this chat model. So say I wanted to connect the OpenAI chat model. I do that, set up GPT 4.1 mini, choose our credential that is set up, and then we're going to choose our tools, right? So now for if it was an email agent, we are going to choose Gmail, the Gmail tool, say this was operation send, and like we will just configure these fields like we always have done, right? So if I come into our email agent just to show you that in action, we have the same when executed by another workflow setup. To see the settings of this, it just says accept all data. Then if we come into our next node, which is the email agent, you can see that the prompt or the user message is the json.query, which will come from our orchestrator node. And then we just add a system message as well, which is we specify the role, the core requirements, the available tools, primary operations, and so on. So this system message context, you can always, if you don't know how to write it yourself, like not that there's any fixed format to write it, but you can always just go into Claude and say like, this is what I'm thinking of. This is what I would like my agent to do. Can you help me come up with a system message? And so then you take that output from Claude or ChatGPT, come in here, paste it, and that's basically your system message and your user message, which is going to be json.query set up by default. So now that we have that, we've connected our model, and then we simply just connect each of these individual nodes, right? Like we've always done for any other model. So yeah, if I come in here, the send email by default, we can use this from AI field, which basically automatically determines which email to send this to. You can say, let the model define this parameter, which is using the from AI tool. And yeah, you can just do that for all pretty much. And you can even just give it a description. For this case, like I already had this set up, so we don't need to make any of these changes. But yeah, you basically have two options. Either you can explicitly define it using this from AI node, or you can always just use this, or you can always use this determine using AI, and the AI will pretty much do it. You can add a description if you feel that's needed as well. And yeah, basically for any of these nodes, you can always just let AI determine which inputs or values should be used. And you can always add a description, and you can say like this should be the sender's email address, just to give it a little more context. That is completely up to you. So you can choose between using the from AI node, which used to be a slightly older way of doing it. Now you can just click on that magic button icon like this, and the model will define it for you. Okay, so that is it for this section on how do you create the sub agent workflows. And now that you know that, okay, so this is our email agent, this is our calendar agent, which is set up the same way. We have this when executed by another workflow trigger. We have our AI agent and model connected, and we have each of the individual calendar events we need to set up. Inside our calendar agent, all we need to do is change the system prompt. And now we say, like, basically, you're a calendar agent and go on to define what tools, access, events, all of that looks like so that it knows what it can and can't do. And so similarly, we also have our contact agent, the tool set up to Airtable, and yeah, that's pretty much it because we just have our contacts in this Airtable database. Now, to set up the connection between Airtable and N8N, like I've included a few screenshots in here in the lesson that you can see, like it just needs a little bit of work. Like it takes about 5 minutes to set up. So let me just show you what that looks like. Yeah, you've just got to follow these steps. It's pretty easy to do when you are connecting it. But yeah, that's pretty much how you connect Airtable and your contacts agent. We've seen how to connect the contact agent, the email agent, and the calendar agent. And you do that now in, say, this workflow. You just click on tool and you say call N8N workflow tool. And now we would choose one from our list, which is basically, say, our email agent. The description of this, like I'm just going to copy it from our working model, is basically going to be call this tool to make any email related actions. So I'm going to paste that in here. And similarly, we would do this for our contact agent. Let me add that in here as well. I'm going to choose our contact agent. And the last one that I'm going to choose is our calendar agent. So if I click call N8N, choose calendar agent, and just copy the calendar prompt across. So call this tool for any calendar related actions. So that's it. I'm not sure if we had done that for our contact. Yeah, for any contact related actions. Okay, perfect. So that is really pretty much it. We've got our three sub agents set up. We've got our main orchestrator AI agent set up. We've given it access to the think tool, the memory tool, and the ChatGPT model that we wanted to use. We've set up our chat message trigger, and yep, that is pretty much it. This was our main parent workflow. You can see how all of that works. If you would like access to this entire template, it's in the free Skool community that I have the link in our description. But yeah, that was pretty much it for this video. Thank you so much for watching till the end, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. So, yeah, in summary of everything that we learned inside this video, and I know we covered a lot, we saw how to create an orchestrator AI agent whose only job is to delegate, say, any input or command to one of the children or child agents. Then we also saw how do we connect the chat model, the memory, and the think tool to our main orchestrator agent, and what are the benefits of setting up these child agents basically to make them as reusable components. It also allows better error handling and debugging, and it just makes, like, yeah, this agent look a lot cleaner. And then we have like our very specific workflows inside the sub agents. And as always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask either in the comments or send me a DM once you're inside the free Skool community. The link is in the description. And thank you so much for watching till the end. I appreciate you being here. That's it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
Good afternoon. You've reached Smile Dental Clinic. My name is Lisa. How can I help you?
Hi, Lisa. Can you tell me what slots you have available tomorrow?
I have openings tomorrow at 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., and 2 p.m. Which time works best for you?
Can you please book the 2 p.m. slot?
Great choice. Can I get your name, please?
My name is Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian. What's your phone number?
My number is 0422 123 123.
Got it. And do you have an email address you'd like to provide for confirmation? It's optional.
Can you please skip this for now?
No problem, Adrian. Just to confirm, you'd like to book an appointment for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Your phone number is 04222123123. Is that correct?
Yep.
Your appointment is all set for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Adrian, if you need anything else, just let me know.
Okay, so that was a pretty cool demo of our AI voice agent in action. Now we are going to build this out step by step using two tools called VAPI and N8N. You can also get access to this entire training as well as learn the three foundational AI skills of building AI automations, AI agents, and AI content creation tools inside our Skool community, the AI Automation Masterclass. The link will be in the description of this video. And without further ado, let's jump right in. Okay, so if I hop over into our Skool community where we have the step-by-step instructions, first we're going to build our two workflows in N8N. Then we are going to create the corresponding tools in VAPI, and then we're going to give our AI voice agent access to these tools. Okay, so if I come over into N8N, you can see we have this workflow already built out. Now, these are pretty simple nodes and two pretty simple workflows. So I'm just going to walk you through them. Although, like if you wanted to build them out step by step from scratch, all you have to do is add a webhook node. So if we come in here and we add a webhook, we would get our test URL and production URL. We would have to set that to post, and we will configure a path. But rather than building this entire thing out from scratch, because this is a pretty simple workflow, like as you can see, we have just two workflows. One webhook is for our checking calendar availability, and our other webhook is basically for booking the event in our Google Calendar. So first we have this webhook node, as you can see. What we need to do is get this production URL, right? So we set the HTTP method to post. We set a path. In this case, I've entered this name calendar availability. If I copy this URL, this is what we are going to use later when setting up our tools in VAPI. And we are going to change this and make sure that our respond is using respond to webhook node. Okay. Next up, what we are going to do is I've used this code node to extract the data we are receiving from VAPI. This input is basically just going to get all the required information that we need that comes from VAPI. And what we do is we have our business hours configured in here. We have a start time and an end time, the time zone, and the appointment duration. But this node is basically going to pass the date. It could be a date or a date time. And then we are going to get the start and end of that day. And then we are going to return this JSON with the relevant information that we need to pass to our Google Calendar node, which is then going to get many events. Now, if we come into our N8N nodes and if we select Google Calendar, this is all pretty straightforward. We can choose the get many events node, which is basically all this is. Then we will come in and choose our calendar. I already have mine connected, but if you didn't, you just need to create your credentials. It's pretty straightforward using Google OAuth. And once your calendar is connected, you will input these parameters of a start date time and an end date. Now, this JSON.start date and JSON.end date are nothing but the parameters that we are returning from our previous node, as we have here start date and end date. And once we pass that in here, all we need to do is make sure in our settings that we have this to always output data, just in case that our Google Events finds no bookings already made in our calendar. It tends to throw an error, and that's why you just want to have that setting enabled. Once we get basically all the events from our calendar, right? Our calendar may have some existing events or it may be completely empty. And next up, we have this code node, which basically takes the output from our previous Google Calendar node, and accordingly, it checks what booked events are already present. We've configured our start date time, our end date time, and the duration of our meeting. And we also have, like, basically what this node does is it will return the top 5 available slots in the calendar for a specific date. And then all it does is it returns the tool call ID and result, which is basically like you would have to refer to the VAPI API documentation. And this is why this tutorial is a little more technical. And that's why the better way to do this is probably just get this template from inside our Skool community and import it into your N8N account and just start playing around with it yourself. Because prior to that, when I was trying to use like merge nodes and a few other nodes, it was becoming fairly complicated. And this was pretty much a setup that I found like within 9 nodes basically, and 2 N8N workflows like using webhooks, we have this seamlessly working VAPI agent, right? So that's why in this case I chose to go down the code route. Obviously I did not write any of this code myself. I just went into Claude and I said, like, oh, I need a code node to be able to take my webhook input from VAPI and then process it so that it can then fetch the many events from my Google Calendar. And then for the subsequent code node, I similarly prompted it so that I get the actual available slots. And basically, all this will do is it responds to the webhook with our top 5 available slots in our Google Calendar for a specific date. So that was our first workflow using a webhook that checks our calendar availability. This second workflow is used to basically just book the appointment once the VAPI agent makes this call. And I'll explain all of that in a second. But basically, once we have this webhook configured, this one is just called book appointment. The HTTP method is set to post, and we are using the respond to webhook node. So basically, we will go through this workflow. The pass booking data node, all this does is it extracts all the relevant information like the start time, end time, summary, description. And this, as you can see, is all information that we are receiving from VAPI. This is a template of what the request looks like. So we have the body, message, tool calls. This is an array, but what we are most concerned with are these arguments, the date, name, and phone that we will receive. And that is basically going to be our attendee email, customer name, customer phone. But basically, what we need most importantly are all the information that's coming from VAPI, which is set up in this tool call node, as we can see inside the json.body.message.tool calls of 0. Okay, so that's basically the first item in the array. And once we have our booking data cleanly organized, then all we do is create an event using our Google Calendar. Simply just use the Google Calendar node from N8N. So if I come in here, you can see we have the Google Calendar, and we would just choose create an event. This create an event node, we just connect it to our account, same as always. Choose the calendar that we want. This is my personal calendar. Input the start time, the end time, and then we have these additional fields. You can include a description and summary and include default reminders, although those are not mandatory. But yeah, you can go ahead and do that. And then at the end of it, we just respond to the webhook with this JSON structure of our results and the tool call ID and result. So this is basically based on the documentation inside VAPI. If you don't want to read it, like I mentioned, and this one is a little more technical, I think it's pretty simple to implement. All you needed to figure out are these 3 code nodes. Like, yeah, you can always use Claude, and if you don't want to do that, you can just download the template from inside the Skool community. So anyway, that was it for creating these 2 workflows inside N8N. Now we're going to hop over into VAPI and see how do we connect these as tools, and how do we give these tools to our agent to call based on how the conversation is going. Okay, so now if I come back into our Skool community, we're going to see how do we set up our tools in VAPI. So if I come over to vapi.ai and just check their pricing page, so you can see you can start with $10 for free, which is more than sufficient. Once you go ahead and do so and you log in, this is kind of the dashboard you will see. And the first step we need to do is come up into the tools. And if you click on create new tool and custom tool, this is kind of the interface you will see. Now we are going to have two tools, one to check our calendar availability and the other to book appointments, exactly what we built out in N8N. But now we need to create these as tools inside VAPI so that our AI agent has access to them. So first, what we are going to do, if I come back to the Skool community, we are going to choose first we will set up the calendar availability one. So I'm just going to copy this calendar availability, paste that in the tool name. Then I'm going to copy the description and then come across and paste that in the description. Then for the parameters, we can choose to add it manually, but we're just going to choose JSON for this example. And if I come back again to the Skool community, just copy all of the parameters, you can see basically what this says. It just indicates a type, the date, the type of the date, which is string, a description, and whether it's a required field or not. So once we come back into VAPI and paste that in here, this is basically all the parameters we will need. And for the server settings, this is going to be our webhook endpoint that we are going to get from N8N. So for the calendar availability, if we come up into our webhook, click production URL, copy this URL, then we can paste that in here, which is basically our server URL. Hit save, and that's done. One thing to note is when you do copy your production URL, just make sure that this workflow has been activated. And that's about it. So you have this tool set up, which is our check calendar availability tool. And next up, we are going to set up our book appointment tool. Okay, so now for our book appointment tool, exactly the same. I have all of the instructions here inside the Skool community. So we're going to set the name as book appointment. Just copy this, paste that in the tool name. For the description, we are going to copy this description across, paste that in here. For the parameters, this tool has like 5 parameters. 3 are mandatory as indicated with the red asterisk, and 2 are optional. And an easier way to set that up is just use the JSON toggle. And if we come back into the Skool community, copy all of the parameters in here, come back in and paste that in here. That's all of our parameters set up. Once we have that applied, the only thing left to do is set up our server URL. For our server URL, we are going to come back into N8N for our book appointment, come into our production URL, copy this production URL, just ensure that this is activated, and then we're going to paste that in here. So once that's done, you can hit save. Like I already had these saved, so that's why this is disabled. But basically, once that's done, you can save these tools. And if you hadn't or got stuck, basically you just do this by creating a tool, choose custom tool, fill in these 3 or 4 fields, and you should be good to go. So now we've set up both of our tools inside VAPI, and the last step of this process is to just build our AI agent, our AI voice agent, and give it access to both of these tools so that it can make the appointments. Okay, so now if we come back into our Skool community and just look at our VAPI AI agent setup. So to set that up, all we need to do is come up into the Assistants tab. If you haven't created one before, it's really easy to do. All you do is click Create Assistant, choose Blank Template, and hit Create Assistant. Once you do that, you'll see an interface that looks like this. In the first step, all we're going to do is set up the model. Now, in this case, I've chosen the GPT-4o mini cluster because it seemed to give me the fastest response time as well as the cheapest cost. Like you can see, the latency is just 390 milliseconds and the cost is, 0.1 cent. So $0.1, sorry. Then we have this first message node. You just leave that as is. The assistant speaks first. The first message, you can type whatever you want in here, but I've also included it in the Skool community. So you can just copy this across and paste that in for the first message. The system prompt here is a bit important. So you can give the context to this AI agent as what the current time is, so that when having the conversation with a real person, when it says things like, oh, can you book an appointment tomorrow, or can you tell me what dates you have available today, the AI and the model has access to these reference parameters, and so it knows exactly what the user is talking about. Now in this case, like, I input my time zone because I'm in Adelaide, Australia, and I specify it's ahead of UTC. And then I just gave it an identity and purpose, business info, date handling. And like, you can read this entire prompt, but it's fairly detailed to be able to handle different use cases that come up conversationally when we are speaking. So yeah, again, this was entirely generated by Claude. You can ask it for a give me a detailed prompt, so that, like, if you're using now an appoint booking receptionist, for an appointment booking receptionist built in VAPI, this is the voice and persona, this is the response guidelines, these are the appointment booking flows, and so on. Again, like, this entire system prompt that you want to give the AI is included inside the Skool community. So you can just copy paste this entire thing across, and we will paste that in here. Okay, for our system prompt. Max tokens you can leave as 250, temperature zero point 0.5 is fine. The next thing is just to choose whatever voice you want. So you can choose VAPI as the provider, or you can choose 11 Labs, which is the next most popular one. And then you can choose a voice. Now, in this case, I've chosen the VAPI provider, and I've chosen Hannah in this case because if you are using a VAPI provider, it will give you lower latency from what I've noticed. If you are using 11 Labs, basically because it has to communicate with an external resource, which is 11 Labs, the latency may be slightly increased. But that is completely up to you. If there's a voice you'd like, or if you've cloned your own voice in 11 Labs, you could use that as well. For additional configuration, we don't need to do anything. And then the last step is just to give it access to the tools we've created. And so if we scroll down to the tools section, if we come in here, we can see the tools that we've granted it access to. So we can see our book appointment and our check calendar availability tool that we've granted access to. You just have to make sure that these are toggled and set on. And once we've done that, now our voice AI agent has access to these tools. And these tools in VAPI are nothing but the interfaces that are used to connect to our N8N webhooks. And that's it. It's completely set up. What we need to do now is just click publish. It will take you through all these steps. You can just keep hitting next, or you can skip and publish if you've done this before. And it's successfully published. And now, just one other thing, you can also interface with this AI agent using a chat if you didn't want to use the voice. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it consumes less credits or no credits, but don't quote me on this. This is just another way to test it and see how your agent works. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And now if we talk to our assistant using this button, it will trigger the entire demo. So now let's take a look at that in action.
Good afternoon. You've reached Smile Dental Clinic. My name is Lisa. How can I help you?
Hi, Lisa. Can you tell me what slots you have available tomorrow?
I have openings tomorrow at 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., and 2 p.m. Which time works best for you?
Can you book the 2 p.m. slot?
Great choice. Can I get your name, please?
My name is Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian. What's your phone number?
My number is 0422 123 123.
Got it. And do you have an email address you'd like to provide for confirmation? It's optional.
Can you please skip this for now?
No problem, Adrian. Just to confirm, you'd like to book an appointment for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Your phone number is 04222123123. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Your appointment is all set for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Adrian, if you need anything else, just let me know.
So that is pretty much how you build an AI voice agent. Just a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about is this cost and latency. So like, sometimes you may choose or need more advanced models, which may cost more, which may also increase the latency. They give you guidelines as to what acceptable latencies are. You can always Google them, but usually you want something in the 500 to 800 range, because that's kind of what's acceptable. But yeah, like, Google it, and based on your application, these may vary. I hope you learned a lot in this video. It's actually like a lot simpler than it looks. Like AI voice agents are only going to get better with time, especially for things like appointment booking. I think they're a fantastic resource to have and implement for businesses. And yep, as always, if you want access to this entire training, the step-by-step instructions, and the blueprint, you can hop into our Skool community, the AI Automation Masterclass. And I just wanted to say thank you for sticking and watching this all to the very end. I really appreciate it. And that's it for this one. I will see you in the next one. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how you can create this simple error trigger that you can reuse across all of your workflows to notify you both via email that you've got an error in any of your workflows, as well as log the error message in a Google Sheet. In this case, we're using a Google Sheet, but you could use an N8N data table or any other kind of database. The process remains the same. And we are also going to look at 5 other ways that you can handle errors and be production ready in any of your N8N workflows. And so without further ado, let's jump right in. So before I show you the examples, I just wanted to quickly talk to you about what being production ready or having production ready error handling systems actually involve. Right. So when people think of production ready, they may often think that it's about making sure your workflows never have errors, or maybe that they just operate faster or are more efficient and they are basically optimized for cost. But that's not necessarily true, because inevitably your workflows are going to error. There are always going to be, say, API changes, rate limits, servers are going to be down, something or the other is going to come up. And so what you want to be able to do is build, say, guardrails or systems around your workflows, so that even if there are errors that are out of your control, say the chat GPT model you're using or any other API service you're using is down, then it shouldn't be that your workflow comes to a standstill, right? So firstly, what you want to do whenever an error occurs is you need to have some kind of logging mechanism. Now, in this case, we're going to be using Google Sheets, but otherwise you could use an N8N data table, any other database, so that you basically have a record of whatever error has just happened. The next thing you want to do is have some sort of escalation so that you are notified that this workflow has errored, and then you can go in and debug and see what's wrong. And then the third, fourth, and fifth are basically you want to make sure that your workflow doesn't completely break. You want to have some sort of retry logic, like in examples wherein the server might have been down for just a couple of minutes, or maybe you ran into a rate limit issue. Again, these are more like time bound errors. It's kind of like you're just banned from, say, accessing a resource. Maybe if you have been accessing it too much, like you've been hitting an API endpoint. Most robust online API systems and backend systems have rate limiting implemented so that no single client can overuse them and hog bandwidth. So another example of doing that is you also want to have graceful error handling and not have any malicious or disastrous side effects that happen as a result of your workflow erroring. And an example of that is, just because your workflow may run into an error, it's not that it crashes and it sends like 100 emails and spams your clients or spams them with random invoices. Like if you were building an invoice management system, it shouldn't also randomly delete any data, right? Because data is sensitive and you just don't want it deleted because of an error in your workflow. So these are like various different cases to handle. We're going to look at a few examples here, but the mindset that you need to take away from this is that yes, your errors are eventually going to error. At some point, sooner or later, they're going to error. So then how do you, one, gracefully handle them so that it doesn't break anything? There's no like disastrous side effects. You want to implement some sort of logging, and you want to have some level of escalation, which is notifying you via Gmail, Slack, or some other platform so that you know it's error and then you can come in and rectify it. Okay, so that's enough theoretical knowledge about error handling. Now let's look at the examples. So first we're going to set up this error trigger. So even if I just show you what we're going to be covering. So first we're going to be covering error workflows and using error triggers. Then we're going to look at fallback LLMs and models. Then we're going to look at retry on failure. Then we're going to look at continue on error with error output. And last, I'm also going to briefly talk to you about input sanitization. Okay, so in our first example, we're going to be looking at this error workflow, and we're going to use an error trigger, which is a sub workflow that we create. If you don't know what that means, I'm going to explain it to you right now. So first, we're going to create a completely new workflow from scratch. Okay, now if I come in here and I just enter error trigger, all we need to do is add this error trigger node. It's that simple. We don't need to do any configuration. And all we need to do is just create these connections. Now, in this case, I want to use Gmail and Google Sheets, like I wanted to log it in Google Sheets. You may choose to do it in an N8N data table or a database. That is completely up to you. So this is what I wanted to use for my logging, and this is what I wanted to use for my escalation or notification. So then I come in here, I just choose my Gmail account, just choose who I'm sending it to, what subject, and a simple message. So I've just added this in. And basically, you can see in here, we have these two basically variables or parameters. One is the JSON execution error message, and the other is the execution URL. So basically, whenever any of our workflows error, right, they break for whatever reason, this error trigger will catch all of those errors, and it will tell you why it has errored in this message field, and it will tell you what the URL of your workflow that it errored in, and then that helps you in being able to debug it faster, right? So let's look at an example of this. So in our error logs, okay, I'm just going to delete this row so that you can see it in action. And right now, if I come into this error trigger, right, I just hit save. We've just set up our Gmail node, and our Google Sheets is pretty much the same. We've connected it to this error logs Google Sheet. We just have three simple columns with the timestamp, the error message, and the URL, right? So this json.execution.error.message, which is the same one we looked at in our Gmail node, and the json.execution.url, both of these are going to come from the error trigger, right? So let me show this to you in action. So if I come in here and I just click execute workflow, basically whenever this error trigger is called, you're going to see the output of this is going to have a URL, and it's going to have this error.message field, right? So if we want to see it in JSON, you can visualize it here as well. So we see this json.execution.url, which is the workflow that errored, and we see a json.execution.error.message, which has the exact message. Now, in this case, it was just an example error message. So that's why if I come back into my logs, you can see that we have this example error message. And if I come into my Gmail, we will see that we've got this email message saying your workflow has errored. And this is the example error message, and this is the URL that triggered the error. So once we have this error trigger set up, we can use this to catch any errors in any of our workflows. It's really that simple, right? And for whatever reason, any of our other workflows may error, all that's going to change is this URL, like which workflow did the error originate in, and the message is going to change. And then we will have that in our Google Sheets logged, and we will also get an email about it. So let me now show this to you in action. Okay, so how do we set this up is first, now in my say current workflow, I have this AI agent that's just connected to a chat model. It's stupidly simple. We've connected our chat trigger node. And now what I want to do is if I come up in here, okay, for this workflow, basically, if I click on the three dots and I go to settings, it will show me this error workflow to notify when this errors. And all I have to do is select this error trigger, which is the name of this workflow that I've created, which has a simple error trigger node and this Gmail and Google Sheets for notification, escalation, and logging, right? And basically any error that happens in this entire workflow will then get logged in our Google Sheet as well as in Gmail. So let me show this to you in action. So if I was to come into our chat node, I'm just going to copy this URL so that we can see the chat live. And now if I drag this over, I'm going to say, hi, can you tell me a joke? Okay, so it's thinking and it says, why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Perfect. So our AI agent is working as expected, right? Now, say for some reason the credentials inside our AI model had expired or they were invalid, right? Like I think this one is no longer valid. Or let me try this one actually. So now if I save this workflow and I say, can you try that again? Can you see it says error authorization failed? Please check your credentials. And that's because the credentials I have in here were no longer valid. So now say for some reason our tokens had expired, the key was wrong, whatever that is, right? There is every possibility that maybe we've just used the wrong credentials. So how do we get notified about it, right? Because we've connected our error trigger inside these error settings. So inside these workflow settings, we've connected our error trigger. Our error trigger will then fire, and then we will see the message in these logs as well as a Gmail notification. Now, in that example, when we were checking our error logs as well as Gmail, we see that the error didn't show up. And that's because of a setting inside this agent, which was on error, we had initially set it to continue. By we, I mean me. I had accidentally set this to continue. What we want to do is make sure that this is set to stop workflow. And now if I save this, okay, we still have our invalid credentials set up in here. So now if I come up here to this chat and I ask it, say, can you tell me a joke? It's going to say error in workflow. But now if I check my logs, now we can see that it's added this new error for authorization failed. Please check your credentials. And we've also got our email notification saying that our workflow has error. So this was the first level of how do you connect an error trigger to any of your workflows. And I think even if you just take this away from this entire lesson, that's more than sufficient to make sure that like you've added some level of error handling to your workflows, and you will be notified about them. They will be logged and you'll be able to see what the exact error message is. Like we can see in here, it says authorization failed, please check your credentials. So we know that it's most likely that yes, our authorization has failed. There's probably an issue with our model and our credentials. So then we can come into this workflow. Like if we click in here, it will show you the executions and it will show you why it has error, right? So if we just let this load, you can see that it shows you the error. The entire workflow is loading and it will show you where exactly it says problem in node AI agent 2 authorization failed, please check your credentials. So that's our AI agent 2 authorization failed, please check your credentials. And that's basically how you can debug your workflow. And then like now if we were to come in here, we would just come into the editor tab. And now if I make sure that we're using the right credentials, I'm just going to change that, hit save on our workflow, come back to our chat and say, can you tell me a joke? Now it's going to tell us a joke. So that's how you can debug using an error trigger, come in, fix any errors that you may have run into in any of your workflows. And yep, that was the first section of how do you use the error workflow. Next up, we're going to look at using fallback LLMs or fallback AI models. And so now in our same example, I'm just going to take our chat trigger, remove it from there, connect it to this AI agent. I also want to make sure that our error for now is set to stop workflow. And if we have this saved, now in this example, what we're going to look at is I'm going to remove this and show you how we set this up from scratch. So in this case, again, we have our invalid credentials set up in here. So if I save this workflow, this is our AI agent 4. Okay, so we've saved our workflow. If I come in here, copy this URL, set up our chat, and now if I ask it, can you tell me a joke? I would expect to see an error. Okay, so we see our error in workflow. We see that, okay, now we're getting a different error. Say it says a fallback node. It says a fallback model subnode must be connected and enabled. Now, why are we seeing that error for this workflow? Is because if I come into this AI agent, I have this enable fallback model set up, but I haven't connected one yet. So first, I'm just going to disable it. Okay, save this. And now if we come back into our workflow, I'm going to ask it to tell me a joke again. It says error in workflow. This time it says traditional error, authorization failed because we have invalid credentials, right? So now what we can do, a different way of solving this invalid credentials problem is to enable a fallback model. So basically, if this first model we were trying to use, in this case, it's the OpenAI chat model, if that failed for whatever reason, we can have, say, a backup in there. So now I'm going to come in here, I'm going to choose, say, the open router, and I am going to choose, say, Claude, the haiku model. Okay, so I'm going to come in and save this. Okay, and now what we're going to see is because we've connected like a fallback or a backup model, is even though our OpenAI chat model will fail because we have invalid credentials, our open router chat model using Claude is automatically going to take over. So let me look at that right now. So if I copy this message in, hit paste again and hit send, now you can see we get a joke again. And if we come into this and we check our executions, so in our most recent execution, you can see in here that our OpenAI chat model failed, but our open router chat model succeeded, right? And that's how you can make sure that by adding some robustness to your AI agents by connecting a fallback LLM or model, that there's less likely of your workflows to error. Maybe your credits have expired, the token is invalid, whatever that may be. So this is another way you can better handle errors in your workflows. Okay, so now if I come back to our workflow, next up, I wanted to talk to you about the retry on failure. This is basically just a setting that pretty much every node in N8N has. you can see that if we come up to the settings, you can just enter this retry on fail, toggle the switch on. So when it's off, it looks like this. But when you toggle it on, you can set a maximum number of times you want this node to retry like its functionality, and how long do you want it to wait in between. Now this time is in milliseconds. So if you wanted it to be 1 second, it would be 1000. And like if you wanted 10 seconds, it would be 10,000, and so on. So this is just, again, a level of robustness you can add to all of your nodes, not just to your AI agents. And that is completely up to you if you want it to retry or not. Okay, so that was just briefly like how do you implement a retry on failure. Another way you can add robustness is using this continue on error setting that we're going to look at now inside, say, our AI agents. But this setting is available to all nodes and modules inside N8N as well. So if we come up in here, we can see this on error by default is usually set to stop workflow. Now in our example, we're going to look at how do we continue so that even if our workflow errors, like we will still send a message just saying that our workflow has completed. So if you come in here and you see that we're sending it to my email account and we're just saying your workflow was completed, right? So now if we just connect our chat trigger node, I'm just going to drag this over to move it from that agent, connect it to this one. Okay, so now we have our chat trigger node set up here. And if I check our AI model, this is our invalid credential account. So if I come back to our chat model, and actually just let me start that again. So if I copy this, come into a new tab, this is our chat model. So I would say, can you tell me a joke? Now we expect it to error, okay, because we have invalid credentials. But now what will happen is we get some sort of response. I mean, this response is basically just because it has continued execution and it has sent our email. So now, like what we saw in the first case when I had mistakenly set up our module, is now that we have on error as continue, we are not going to see the latest error. This is an old error, right? This is an old error, right? So we're not going to see the most recent error, even though that our credentials were invalid. And so if I come back in here to our workflow and I see the output of our AI agent, it doesn't have any output and it just says execution will continue even if this node fails. So, and then what ends up happening is it just sends this Gmail message to us. So if I come in here and I go back to my inbox, you can see these were the old emails, but here you can see that our workflow has now completed, right? Even though there was an error in our workflow. And just to show you that we wouldn't see this error if we didn't have the on continue setup. So if I come in here and if I was to enter stop workflow, hit save. Now our latest error was this one, okay, at 12:17. Now, if I come back into our chat node, I hit, can you tell me a joke? We see the error in workflow, but this time you can see that we have a new error in here now at 12:24. We do not see a new workflow completed email, but we see the workflow has just error email, which comes again from our error trigger. Like, I hope that wasn't too confusing, but basically, yeah, if you want your workflows or any of your nodes to continue on error, you basically just need to come in here to the settings and say continue on error. But if you wanted to stop the workflow, you would stop it and then log the error in your Google Sheets or Gmail using the error trigger node. So that was basically how we use the continue on error. Next, we're going to look at how do we use the continue on error with error output. Okay, so now I'm just going to connect our chat trigger to our new AI agent. Now, the only difference between the previous example and this one is if I come into the settings here, so we've looked at stop workflow, we've looked at continue on error. Now we're going to look at continue using error output. So the difference is here, if I scroll up, this AI agent just has one output field, right? That it will blindly do this one thing, even if this AI agent or this node fails. The difference with the with error output is it has two branches that emerge out of this possibly erroring node, which is a success node and an error node. So the success node, we may want to say like, okay, your workflow was completed. But in our error node, we may want to say that, okay, your workflow was completed, but there were errors. And so like this, what we can do is enable different kinds of conditional logic so that like, yeah, if everything is good, we want to go down one route. If everything didn't work, then we want to go down the second route. So let me show you that in action as well. So if I come in here and check our AI model, so again, we have our invalid account credentials set up. I am going to just save this workflow, close the old chat, come in here, just start a new one. And now if I say, can you tell me a joke? and hit enter, you're going to see that in this case, what has happened is our AI agent has errored. But if I come back into our workflow and I check our executions, so our latest one was at 12:27. So if I come in here and look at our executions, you will see what has happened is we received the chat message, the credentials failed, and because there was an error, this email was sent, right? So we expect to see this, your workflow was completed, but there were errors. And if I come in here, you can see that we have this workflow was completed, but with errors, right? So that was our subsequent email that we were sending when we went down this route, right? And if everything was okay, so say we change the credentials in this model. If I come back to our editor tab and I just use the correct credentials, I hit save, and now I ask it for this message. We are also going to see that if I come back in here or check our executions, that our agent succeeded. We got the response from the model. So let us check our AI agent output. So it says, sure, here's a joke for you. And it tells us the joke. And then it goes on to the success route, and it actually goes on to send the Gmail email. So if I come back in here and I hit refresh, now we get our success message just saying pretty much that our workflow was completed. So that is basically like how you can add conditional logic to your error handling. So you can have one route for success, one route for failure. And the last part that I wanted to talk to you about, which is not super important, but they do add an additional level of robustness to your workflows, and that is input sanitization. Okay, so inside this input sanitization, and this basically just means like usually when you're working with a lot of these workflows and automations, some APIs, some parts of your workflows may expect different data types, and you may end up providing a second type of data type. So let us look at an example. Like here, if I just manually execute this trigger, if I come in here and just say execute workflow, you can see we have this code node. If I come in here to this code node, we'll ignore the errors for now. But basically, I have a code node that returns a list of items with a name and a score. Okay, so let me first show you this working before we show you the errors. So all I'm doing is from our code node is I'm returning this array of items, which has 3 names and 3 scores. As you can see here, Adrian, Jason, Kevin, scores are 10, 100, and 95. So if I execute this workflow, you can see everything's good, right? We're just using a simple edit fields to set the values, right? We can see the score, the name, and for all 3 objects. Okay, so now say for an example, we had a pair of additional double quotes around the 10, right? And we just hit save and we execute this workflow. You will see we're getting an error. It says that score expects a number, but we got 10, like it's basically getting this value as a string, right? Because it's indicated with the double quotes. Now, this is basically pretty much like the most common types of input sanitization errors and data verification that we get, which is kind of like sometimes our node may expect an array, but we may give it a JSON. Sometimes it may get a JSON, but or vice versa, right? Sometimes it may expect JSON, but we give it an array, or it expects an array and we give it a JSON. Similarly, sometimes they may expect strings, but we give it numbers, and sometimes they may expect numbers, but we give it a string. These are some of the more common ones. But if we come back to our workflow, like in this example, score is supposed to be a number and name is supposed to be a string. But what's happening is score is being received as a string because of these additional double quotes around it, right? So how can we fix it is like one easy way of fixing strings to numbers is to use this function called json.pass. So if I come in here, you can see we have this json.pass, and this will basically make sure that any string, if it is ever received, is converted to a number. So if I hit save, and now if I execute this workflow, you can see that we have our 3 numbers of 10, 100, and 95, and we have the correct names in there. So similarly, sometimes it may happen that you want to go from number to string. And in that case, if you wanted to go from number to string, what you would do is instead of using the json.pass function, you would use a json.stringify function. So if I came in here and I made this json.stringify, and now I changed these inputs from being, say, strings, and I just had them as numbers. Okay, so I basically removed the quotes to indicate that they are all numbers. I just hit save. And now if I execute my workflow, you can see that we've converted them from, okay, we forgot to change our type in here, but like if we change it to string, and now if I hit execute workflow, you can see that it has succeeded, and then we have converted our data types or our objects from numbers to strings. Like, this is a more nuanced application. You don't need to completely know this, but it's always nice to keep at the back of your mind that if you ever run into type conversion errors from string to numbers or numbers to string, you usually need to use the json.parse or the json.stringify. Based on, like, if you want a string, use the stringify. If you want a number, use the parse. Or even if you wanted to go from like a string to an object, you would use the json.parse. I don't want to confuse you too much. You can always learn this like on a as you need it basis, like if you ever run into this error. But like I mentioned, it's just something for you to keep in your back pocket if you ever need it and it doesn't feel like completely strange to you. So that was, in like summary, the 6 most common types of ways of dealing with errors. To be honest, like if you just have an error trigger, that's more than sufficient for most of your workflows. It's always good to have a fallback LLM. It takes like a minute, less than a minute to set up. And based on your applications, you can either use the continue on error with error output, so that you have conditional branching logic. And you can always just include the retry on failure, again, just as a backup fallback mechanism. It takes like 2 seconds to set up. You just need to change the settings inside nodes that you think may most likely error. So I hope you learned a lot in this video. As always, like, this part around error handling can get a little tricky, especially if you are new to AI and automation. So I would suggest keeping it simple. Just use the error trigger for now. Don't get too confused with all the others. And yep, if you want access to this entire template, it will be inside our Skool community. As always, I really appreciate you staying till the end of this video, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Bye. So in this video, I'm going to talk to you about how do you objectively measure the performance of your workflows. And if your workflow is not giving you the desired output, like, how do you change things and how do you measure their performance so that you can get more consistent, predictable, and reliable outputs from your workflow. Now, this lesson is largely going to be theoretical, so I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible because I myself don't always like theoretical examples. And in the next couple of lessons, we will learn more practically how do we actually implement this and check it out. So, but just to give you a high level theoretical understanding, that's what this lesson is going to be about. So you can feel free to skim through this, just get a high level understanding, watch it on 2x, even if you would like. And once you have like a conceptual high level understanding of it, you can always dig deeper by doing your own research on Claude, Google, GPT, etc. So usually what happens is when we are tweaking things with our AI, our prompts, our chat model, different variables as such, what we are trying to eventually get to is like one workflow or one process that produces the most consistent outputs, like the highest quality outputs, and also at the lowest cost, right? So then we may decide, like, does using a higher reasoning model actually matter here? Like, do I need to use, say, Claude 4 or 4.5? Or can I just use the Claude Haiku model? Or can I use, like, say, GPT's 3.5 Turbo or one of the like less reasoning models which are faster? So, like, is there a trade-off to be had here, right? Because you can save costs if you use, say, one of these faster, cheaper models based on whether the task at hand requires a more advanced reasoning model or not. So, like, how do you test the performance of making these tweaks at different stages in your workflows, right? And so that's what this process is about. So we want to objectively get to see if our workflow is performing better when we change different variables inside it. And so what the biggest problem actually is that AI functions like a black box, right? Unlike code, which behaves predictably all the time, like if you give it the same inputs, it's always going to give you the same outputs. But with AI and automations, it's not necessarily always the same. And so what ends up happening is, even if we gave it the same input every single time, it's still going to give you a different output every single time. It may be similar, but it's not going to be identical, because LLMs at the end of the day are prediction engines. They are probability based. So if you toss a coin 10 times, you may get heads or tails. Like, the probability of getting heads or tails is 50-50. But is it going to be the exact sequence? Like, are you going to get 5 heads and 5 tails every single time? No. Are you going to get head, tail, head, tail, head, tail, head, tail, head, tail every single time? No. the patterns are going to keep changing because that's how prediction models work. So same with your chat model. When you are training it, like what examples you may give it may influence the output. What prompt you give it may change the output. And even if you give it the same model and same prompt, you may still get different outputs, right? Then you may tweak the temperature of each model when you are working with it. Like there's always context sensitivity, like how much of the previous chat does your model have as a reference. So like there are a lot of variables to test when you are working with AIs and LLMs and your workflows. And like even for simple workflows that may have 3 to 4 nodes, it can start to get complicated quite easily. The bigger your workflows, which may have 8, 10, 15, 20, or even like one big workflow with sub workflows, you start to see like how complicated this can get when you actually need to test out all these variables. So what we want to actually do is isolate variables and then test them. So you change one thing at a time, not three things, not two things, not five things. You change one thing at a time to be able to determine like, does this one thing actually affect my output or not? And we will show you in the next couple of lessons, like how do you objectively measure, has it changed my output? Is it performing better or is it performing worse? And it gives it a quantifiable score basically, so that you know if the change you've made is actually like a determining change or not. So what you want to do is you start with an hypothesis, right? Like you may say, I don't think having a high reasoning model in say data extraction matters so much. So instead of using say a Claude 4.5 model, you use say a GPT 3.5 turbo or some cheaper model. And that may be your hypothesis. And you may see that there's no quality change in the output, right? So rather than spending more money on Claude 4.5 as an advanced reasoning model, you can save money and use a cheaper reasoning model. So the metrics you want to compare, and these are just theoretical, but like we will look at these in examples later, are basically accuracy and correctness. This is especially when you're doing any kind of classification or labeling of data. You can also do like semantic similarity, which basically says like, is the meaning of this kind of similar? You also want to check like efficiency and token consumption, like we were just talking about, right? Like if you're using Claude 4.5, that's going to use a lot more input tokens as well as output tokens, whereas a lesser model like say a GPT 3.5 turbo may use lesser input tokens and lesser output tokens. So therefore you get to save cost. Then another thing you want to check is like, are your AI models or your workflows hallucinating often? Are they producing bad outputs? Like how often are they producing bad outputs? And how do you compare and check like good outputs? So then you want to check like, are they performing reliably? How often do your workflows error? And how long, like this is a more advanced concept, but like how long are your workflows active, or like what is the uptime? This is usually more in the context of when you talk about servers and stuff like that, but based on your workflows and applications, this may or may not be applicable. So what you want to be working towards, and this is a very important concept, is to do any kind of meaningful evaluation. It all starts with building a great data set. And so what you want to work towards is having a data refining process that takes messy unstructured data from different sources and makes it clean and organized, so that you know like predictably what your output of this data refinement is going to be, and that is going to be the input that drives all of your workflows. So I know, again, like I'm aware of how theoretical that sounds, and this is me just giving you the theoretical background, like which I learned when I was doing machine learning, these more advanced models, about actually learning how to build them from scratch and understanding parameters and stuff like that. So I don't want to bore you with the details, but the big takeaway for you is you want to find a way to cleanly organize your data. That is something you have to do. And that is something that has now become very easy with like these AI LLMs, that even if you had messy unstructured data, right? Say you had one PDF document and one Excel sheet and one email, and you have all these different data sources. What you can do is like dump that into one big string, okay? Like you just say use an edit fields node. you dump all of that text in there, or you just put all of that inside one query or chat message and give it to your AI agent and just say, using this input, like we talked about in the structured output parser, right? You can use a structured output parser, or you can just tell the AI, using all of these different text inputs, I would like you to come up with a systematic data structure or JSON format or array of everything that I will need in a clean, organized data format so that I have like clean data to use throughout the rest of my workflow. Again, like these, you will see the more you build these AI automations and workflows, like how they work. But whenever you're stuck, if you feel this is something you haven't completely understood, just send me a DM or post inside the Skool community, and someone from our team or me myself will come in and help you solve this problem, because this is a problem you learn more by doing rather than by like learning or reading about, because till you actually have the application, you won't really completely understand like what it means and how do I do it. So, yeah, the workflow structure, which we talked about previously, or if you haven't watched the error handling lesson, but basically we have different ways of handling errors. So, say if some parts of our data in our data pipeline are missing, or they are invalid, or they are incorrect, accordingly, we may handle them with using the continue and error, the error triggers to notify, and so on. Another like good practice when we're working with data is we always want to keep in mind our prompt engineering framework of clear, and we want to include like examples, we want to have context given, the length, like the type of output, the examples, the audience, and assigning a role to our LLM. Okay, so this lesson is already going longer than I expected. Like, I wanted it to be a quick 5 to 7 minute introduction, but yeah, I think it's almost 8 to 10 minutes. So I will quickly skim over the rest of this just so that you aren't bored. Like we covered, like great data is far more important than having a great model. So you want to have like systematic inputs or systematic cleaned input data. So the data quality really matters, and this we will look at in examples when we are looking at classifications, like how do we know that, say, this part of an image is, say, a dog or a cat, or the face of a dog or a face of a cat. So then we will also look at like, I mean, these are called annotations, which basically draw boxes around objects and label them. And that's how the AI understands like what's going on inside this image, so to speak. And similarly, for text or spam detection, an example of an annotation may be labeling emails as spam or not spam. Similarly, for sentiment analysis, speech recognitions, you can read this entire text. Why annotations matter is because without annotations, AI has no idea like what it's supposed to learn. It's kind of like trying to study for a test with no textbook and no teacher, just random information with no guidance. So if you have bad annotations, your AI gets confused. And in short, like annotations are how you teach AI what's what. And this comes in the form of you labeling your data well, giving it clear examples, good examples, and bad examples, and then that's far more likely to produce more consistent outputs, right? Then you just want to make sure your data is clean, free from corrupted files, encoding errors, duplicates, and so on. When we talk about scale and coverage, this may not be the most applicable. It depends on the size of data you're working with. But in a lot of cases, we may be working with like a few tens to few hundreds of documents for most of our like applications, especially also if you are using this for AI automations for a specific business case. Like obviously, if you are building, say, a SaaS that's actually going to be used by possibly like a bunch of people around the world, and you need it to be trained on like millions of data rows, then this might be a problem that you run into. Then it's a nice problem to have if you are building that level of a SaaS. But like without getting too ahead of ourselves, in a lot of cases, I think anywhere from a few tens of rows to a few hundreds of rows are more than sufficient to give your AI and LLM as examples when we are starting out. So diversity is basically about like you want to make sure your data covers edge cases and isn't just catered to one type of label or one type of examples. Again, we'll cover this in the next lessons, but basically you want to have what's known as representative data. And yeah, A few common mistakes to avoid is evaluating on poorly annotated data, poorly labeled data, evaluating on static data sets, which may become outdated and no longer relevant. So, yeah, whether that's in finance, fashion, language, marketing, like things may change. You don't want to be using, say, training data or irrelevant data that's like just not relevant in today's day and age. So, one big thing to take away is that you want to evaluate on metrics that matter for personal or businesses. Like, you don't want to evaluate on vanity metrics, and knowing what the vanity metrics are to each business or use case comes from having domain knowledge or expertise. So that's where working with some sort of expert or some sort of professional in the field or someone who has experience becomes extremely valuable in this entire process. A big takeaway also is you just have to be okay with updating the model over time. Training data may change, new models may come out, the prompts may change, the data may change, the logic may change. But the advantage of doing this is like you kind of fix it once and you get the benefits in every subsequent output, say for days, weeks, months, or years, based on like how robust it is. um Years is unlikely, especially with the rate AI is moving, but like it's a small price to pay for the kind of gains that AI and these workflows can give you. So, yeah, maintenance, iteration, and improvement are crucial to the long term success of your automations. And just remember, your biggest takeaway from this model should be that great data is far more important than having a great model. You cannot improve what you do not measure. Before you get fancy with model architecture and hyperparameters, you should always just check your data and like audit it and make sure that it's clean. Seriously, yeah, it's boring, but if you spend a few hours doing it, the best AI researchers in the world spend a bunch of their time doing data quality, data sanitization, like cleaning data, rather than on tweaking the actual models themselves. So if you use bad data with a great model, you are still going to get bad results. But if you use great data with even an okay model, you're still going to get pretty good results. So the action step, or one thing to take away as well, is the next time you start a project, spend a whole day if you need, or as long as you need, just exploring data sets. Like, think about how are you going to structure your data so that everything is going to flow seamlessly downhill from here, right? It shouldn't be like some uphill battle of like wrestling with data, missing values, and all these things. And like, I tell you this because this is stuff that I had to deal with when I was first learning about AI models. And yeah, the difference in quality of output when you give like just simple examples, like even if you just stick to a clear framework that we previously discussed, like even if you just gave it clearer examples, better label data, it really makes a difference in the long run. So, yeah, you'll thank yourself later, or at least your workflow will. So, anyway, that was it for this video. Thank you so much for watching till the end. I will see you in the next one. Bye for now. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to work with binary data like image and PDF files coming from Google Drive in N8N. So we're going to build this entire automation from scratch. We have a manual trigger to quickly execute this. We're going to get a file from Google Drive. I'm going to show you why we've added an HTTP request here. Then we're going to set a field with our binary data, our image or PDF file. And then we're finally going to use that to send an email with the attachment. And so we get this email with an attachment in it. Shout out to my F Ballers football group back home in Goa, who so kindly made this for me. But that's how we're going to take image or PDF files, add them as an attachment, and send them across via Gmail. And you're going to see how we're going to do all of that from scratch in N8N. Okay, so first up, we're going to remove this trigger and just start building this out from scratch. So if I first come in here after our manual trigger, go to Google Drive, click download a file. We're going to choose our connection. We're going to choose operation as download, and file, we're going to choose a YouTube thumbnail that I have in there. I think I named it YouTube image. Yeah. So we have our image file, and right now, if I come out of here, just hit save and execute this workflow, you can see it's running. and we come in here and we can see the output. We have this YouTube image.png, and we have the entire file in our output. So next up, if we wanted to send this file as an attachment in an email, if I come to my Gmail and I click send a message, and I'm going to send it to my email address with new doc received from Google Drive. We're going to say send a message saying here's your attachment. And now if I come in here and I click attachments in the options, click add attachment, and basically this field name that we give it just needs to match this field name. So because we have a data in here, I'm going to leave this as data, come out of here, hit save in our automation, and then click execute workflow. You can see that it's running and we have a success. So if I come back into our inbox, hit refresh, yep, you can see we've got our file in, and this was the YouTube image. If I just quickly hop over in here, you can see this is the image that we had, and it's the same one we've received in here. Now, what usually tends to happen is, say you had a bunch of other nodes in between, right? So say we had an HTTP request, or this could be any other node. We're just going to try and access Google website, google.com. And yep, so now you will see that our Gmail node will fail. So if we run in here, we're going to fetch the file. And now you can see that it has a problem in node, say send a message. And that is because, like right now, it doesn't have access to the data file right before it. And this is one slight problem when working with data in N8N, when working with binary data or like image or PDF files in N8N, that when you want to use the attachment or binary data, you should be setting it or getting it in a node just before it. So in this case, because the node we were getting it from was this Google Drive node, but it's not immediately before where we want to send it in our Gmail node, right? We have this HTTP request in between, and ideally we may have a bunch of other nodes in between. So how do we get around that? Is we use an edit fields node, or we set a variable. So if I come in here, I click add field. In the past, there was no option to add binary data. But now in a recent update of N8N, they've added this binary data type. And so what that allows you to do is we can give this a name and say this is image from Drive, for example. And what we want to do in here is first add an expression using our curly brackets. And now if we see, we have access to all our earlier nodes. So in our download file 1, right, which was our Google Drive node. So our download file 1, if we do a dot item dot binary, now you can see that we have access to this binary data, right, which has this entire object in it. So if we execute this step, we see that we're getting an error because, yeah, sorry, it is item.binary.data because it was in the original data field. So if we hit execute step, now you can see that we have this image file. We've just renamed the header to image from Drive because that's what we are setting here. If we wanted it to be data, we can just rename that to data and we'd have data. If we wanted it as image, so like this, we can rename the field as whatever we'd like. But now using this edit fields node, we can basically grab or reference an image, PDF, or any kind of binary data that was otherwise being fetched in an earlier node. And so now if we come into our Gmail and in our attachment, we don't have data as our field anymore. We've renamed it to image. So we will come in here and just double check, yeah, that it's image. So now if I make this image, hit execute step, you can see that we've got a new doc received with our image file. And so this works the same for PDFs. If we wanted to, just for simplicity, You can always just change this back to data and leave this as data as well. And in our Google Drive, now we had this other PDF file. So if I just go in and type YouTube PDF, yep, and now save this, hit execute workflow. If we did, this was our PDF file. So now if I come back to our automation, we can see that it's run successfully. If I go to my inbox, you see new doc received, we see the PDF, and if I open it, we see the file. So that's pretty much it. That's how you basically reference and use binary data in your N8N automations. So in this video, I'm going to show you how the text classifier node works in N8N. What we're going to do is we're going to get a chat message input with the potential customer's information. We're going to use an OpenAI chat model to predict basically if this person has a low, medium, or high budget. And I'm going to show you how do you build that out yourself in N8N. So first, just to see it in action, I'm going to come over to the Skool community, copy this potential customer information across, hit open chat. And now if we paste this in, hit run, you can see our classifier is running. Our OpenAI model has predicted that this person has a medium budget because in our original message, if we come back in here, they say, I think we'd be looking to spend 5 to 10K. And inside our classifier, you can see that we have these categories and descriptions. So under 5K is small budget, 5K to 20K is medium budget, over 20K is large budget. Because they had 5K to 10K, we've classified them as medium budget correctly. The AI can make mistakes from time to time, but as long as your descriptions and prompts are accurate, which we will see now how do we implement, in most cases, you will get pretty good results. So now let's look at how do we build this out from scratch in N8N. So first we're just going to drag our chat input down and we're going to add the text classifier node. So if we come in here, click text classifier, drag the chat input across. Now we're going to add our categories, right? So I have a few examples in here. So say we wanted the first one to be low budget. And the description, we are going to copy this across. Just going to change this syntax a bit. So we have low budget, medium budget, and a high budget. And we will copy this description across. We have to connect our chat model. So I'm going to use OpenAI chat model, GPT 4.1 mini, perfect. Hit save, and we will copy our information across. This time though, we're going to change this to 50K and just see what our model outputs. So if we come into our text classifier, you can see that it's classified this as a high budget branch, which makes sense because we've entered 50K. And if we come up to our high budget, basically anything over 20K is considered, so it's classified it correctly. So if I come in here and look at the output, you can see that our high budget branch is what our AI model predicted, and quite correctly, because in our instructions, we had told it that if it's over 20K, classify it as high budget, which makes sense, right? And so what this text classifier actually is and how it works is if I come up here, I just have a little bit of a description. It's kind of like an AI powered node itself. It's just that it has the AI model and the system prompt running in the background. And how do you see that is if we come to our text classifier under options, here you can see that it has the system prompt template. here. You can come in here, click system prompt template, and you will see it. Now, this is the instruction it uses by default. If you wanted to change it, you can go ahead and do so. But that kind of defeats the purpose of having this do it for you in the first place. So you can leave that as is because it does a pretty good job. But that's what it is, right? It's an AI model that's working in the background, and it uses natural language processing to understand context. It doesn't need any training required, and it just works out of the box. So common use cases, yeah, are like customer support, ticket routing, email categorization, social media sentiment analysis, and you may use it for lead qualification, hot, warm, or cold, or to indicate some sort of priority, or in this case, like low, medium, or high budgets. You set it up. We've just looked at a demo, and a few pro tips are to be specific with your category descriptions for better accuracy, and to include examples in the description prompts, right? So if we come back in here, we have our descriptions. Now, in a budget case, they are pretty well defined because you can use like numeric figures to a certain extent. But in some other cases, like priority, it may be a little harder to do. So that's why I've included this section where you can always include examples. So more often than not, if someone says just gathering information for now, or different examples like this, no immediate timeline, just exploring, would be nice to have eventually, it kind of indicates a low priority. Whereas if you gave it examples like this is urgent, need to start ASAP, this is becoming a real problem, it indicates a higher level of urgency or a high priority. And that's where we may use this to classify separately based on priority as well. And so high priority leads, we may use a call agent, or we may just notify ourselves and then get on the phone with them as soon as possible. Whereas if they were low priority, we may just send them an email or something like that. Okay, so because we are getting this JSON object as a relatively complex string that we would then have to pass and extract the budget value out of it, what we can do is just say, instead of single JSON object, we can just say single word, hit execute step, and see what it gives us. And now you can see that we have this medium budget as is. And then like subsequently, what we could do is have a switch here, drag the content across, and then see if it is equal to, say, low budget. We'd have one route. If we added a new routing rule, so then we would copy this again, is equal to budget as our second route. And if we added a third option of high budget, then we would have our third route. So now if I execute this step, you can see that in output 1, so we can just rename these for clarity. So low budget, medium budget, and high budget. Okay, so now you can see that it's classified it as medium budget, right? Correctly so. And if we just wanted to verify if we changed our message, so if we came back in here, copied this, pasted it in our chat, and just entered, say, 25K, hit enter, our model is running, and now it's classified it as high budget, which makes sense. But basically, instead of doing this, having to write this elaborate prompt with instructions, and then having to use a switch node to then get these outputs, again, you have to label them, you have to add your conditions. Sometimes, especially when you're matching with strings, it may not match perfectly. So, I mean, it is a trade-off and something you have to experiment with, like on a trial and error basis. But this is kind of the old way of doing things. You do have more control with this. So there are definite use cases for this. But the text classifier node just abstracts a lot of this complexity and makes your life a lot easier. And essentially what you could do in that case is modify the system prompt here. In the options, you have the access here. So it says system prompt template. You may modify this with your own system prompt. So these are just like things for you to tweak and see what works best for you and your use case scenario. So that is basically how the text classifier works. It's super easy to use. You just need to be specific in your description or prompts. That's it for this one, and I'll see you in the next one. Like some people don't even know that in these AI automations, you can wait for human approval or human interaction before proceeding with your automations so that they can be 90% automated, but then they have that 10% of a feedback loop, which comes directly from a human. And that's what takes your automations really to the next level. So in this video, we're going to first look at what is a human in the loop system. Then we're going to discuss when to use it and when not to use it. What are the common mistakes to avoid when you are using it? And then we're going to look at a step-by-step process of how you can implement this along with an example. So the four key components of any human in the loop system are first to pause, wherein your automation stops. Then it requests for some human interaction. So the human receives some sort of notification or form. The human makes a decision. They may approve, deny, or provide some feedback input. And then your automation continues. So when do you use a human in the loop system? You usually want to use it when there are high stakes actions like sending money or payments, deleting important data, publishing content to large audiences like on your social media platforms, or any legal or compliance related tasks. You may also use it when you need human judgment, like reviewing AI generated content. This may be again for social media, emails, or anything like that. Handling customer complaints, like if you are automating responses, you don't want to send out like a generic response without proofreading it first, because the last thing you want is negative word of mouth from customer interactions. Whenever you're making any strategic decisions, nuanced situations that automations aren't really designed to handle, these may be complex reasoning tasks or logic control. Another example is when you have quality control issues like approving designs before sending it to clients, verifying data accuracy, or checking marketing messages before sending. So these were a couple of examples we mentioned. And like even in all these cases, you want to make sure that you have good sources, you've proofread it, you've double checked it, and you even want to prevent any hallucinations. We will discuss like more about solving these issues of AI and AI models when we discuss RAG systems. But for now, the golden rule is if you regret it, or even possibly regret it being automatic, you should always add an element of human review. So when do you not use a human in the loop system? First is when you have high volume, low risk tasks like saving data to spreadsheets, sending routine notifications, logging activities, or maybe creating backups. So another example is when you have time sensitive operations which need to be delivered instantly. That's when you wouldn't use a human in the loop system. So if you have any real time alerts, customer support auto responses, or system monitoring alerts. Third is like when it defeats the purpose of automation, right? Like say you have a simple data transfer or a scheduled report. You don't necessarily need a human in the loop system for that. And the fourth is if you're simply being paranoid, like if the actions you're taking are easily reversible and when you can't articulate a real risk, that's probably when you don't need a human in the loop system. The bottom line is don't add friction where it's not needed and trust your automations to run well for low risk tasks. A few common mistakes to avoid when using human in the loop systems is adding too many approval steps. Like I remember when I first discovered this, that you could add a human element to all these AI automations. I wanted to add so many of them pretty much after every step in my workflow. And like it became really annoying, and it's not something that you would really use in a production system. Like it's definitely a cool thing to add to your automations, and they really give it that extra boost by adding the human input and validation, but like you don't want to overdo it. The second is having vague approval requests, which we'll see in an example in a minute. But basically, like for your labels or buttons that you use when you're asking to approve or deny, you want to have clear labels or clear messages. The third is not having any timeout or fallback. Basically, once your automation start, if you don't include a timeout or fallback and you're just waiting for this human input or this human response, which may never come, then that's usually a bad practice and your workflow will remain stuck forever. And that's why a good practice is to set timeout, which may be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 24 hours, or whatever that is based on your situations. You can also like log the decisions that are made, usually to some sort of permanent storage like a database. It's always good to have audit logs or audit trails for any production systems that you are building. Fifth is like having mobile unfriendly approvals. So if you are using the forms that N8N allows you or any kind of form input, you want to make sure that it looks presentable even on mobile devices. The sixth is having a single point of failure wherein only one person might be able to approve it and they are on vacation. In that case, like your automation would again remain stuck in this like limbo state. And so a solution to that may be allowing multiple people to approve it or having some sort of backup approval system. And last is over engineering too early, which is like, I mean, and I was guilty of this too, is like when I first found out about this capability, I wanted to build these complex approval chains like before testing out simple ones. So like usually what you want to do is just start simple, have maybe one human in the loop element to your automations. That's only if it's required. But if you can do without it, great. If you need it, by all means have it. It's a very powerful tool to have like in your toolkit. So knowing when to use it and when not to use it becomes critically important. So now for the fun part, we're going to look at a quick demo in N8N and see this in action. So now we're going to look at our example in N8N. So we have this manual trigger set up. Then we have this special send message and wait for response node. So if I come into my nodes and I choose Gmail, you'll see in here we have the send message and wait for response. This is basically a human in the loop node. And what that means is when we send this email out, we have like who it's being sent to, what the message is. And then if you come down here, we have this response type, which says approval, free text, or custom form. So we're going to look at approval and free text in this example, but you can also use a form as well. And so then we can customize our options, which I'll show you how that works in a minute. But basically you can customize your options, you can add a deny button as well. We'll see all of that. And basically if the human approves it, we have a simple if check condition that if the input is true, we're going to send one message, which is like if it's approved, we're going to say, dear Leo Messi, welcome to Manchester United. And if it's rejected, then we're going to say, we regret to inform you that Messi will not be joining Man United. So let me just execute this workflow. So the email has sent out. Can you see that our automation has not completed, right? Because it's waiting for that element of human interaction. So if I come up to my inbox, hit refresh, you can see we've received this email and it asks us like, hey, Adrian, would you like to approve the signing of Messi to Manchester United? If I click approve, it's going to say action recorded. And if we come back in here, you can see that our if condition evaluated to true. And so it sent us a follow-up message. Inside the follow-up message, we had, dear Leo Messi, welcome to Manchester United. If I come into my Gmail, you can see we've received that response, right? Now we are going to take this a step further and add a deny capability as well. So if I come back into my send message and wait for response, under my response type, we're going to leave this as approval. But under the options here, under type of approval, we're going to say approve and disapprove. And now if we click execute step and hit refresh, you can see that now we have two options, right? To approve and decline. If we hit decline and come back to our automation, you can see that now it will run and execute the false loop. We hadn't executed the entire workflow yet, so this won't happen. But if I click execute workflow, it will send the email. If we come back in here and now hit decline, you will see that we get the action recorded. If we come back to our workflow, you can see that it's evaluated to false because we have this one item. Just to show you our check condition in here, basically we check if the json.data.approved is true, then we will evaluate to the true branch, or this is the part we're going to cover in the next section. So just leave that out for now. But basically, if the first condition is true, it will send the first email saying, welcome to Manchester United. If it evaluates to false, it's going to say, yeah, we regret to inform you that Messi will not be joining Man United. Okay, so now we've seen how we can approve and disapprove. The third example that I wanted to show you is how we can set response. Before we do that, though, one of the mistakes to avoid that we had looked at earlier was to have vague approval requests. So we can always customize the labels that we are sending. So if we come in here, this approve button label, we can customize saying approve signing of Messi, for example, and decline signing of Messi. This is just like a very simple example, but N8N offers you this great customization that you can customize the labels or the button texts being sent out. So if we save this in our workflow and just run that again, now if we come back to our inbox, hit refresh, now can you see how we have like clearer label messages, right? And still they'll behave the same. We've just changed the text in our human in the loop system. So now you can see we have our clearer label messages in here. This is completely up to you what you need to have, but that's basically how N8N allows you to customize your labels, and you can even change button styles. But that's pretty much it for this section. And now in the next section, I'm going to show you how we can update these emails to even include text responses. So now we're going to look at how do we add like a custom text message field to our emails. So if I come into our Gmail node and I change this response type from approval to free text, Okay, and I click save. I save our automation. And now if I hit execute workflow, you can see that our email has been sent. If I come into our inbox, now it says, hey Adrian, would you like to approve the signing of Messi to Man United? And now if I click respond, it's going to open a new tab with this free text response field. So if I type something like, of course, yes, I'd love that, and hit submit, we're going to see that if we come back into our workflow has executed successfully. Now, in our case, like in this if node, we had two check conditions. One was for this json.data.approved, which comes from when we had our previous approve and deny logic. But now what we've done is we've added an or condition. And how we do that is if we come into our if node, earlier we had this json.data.approved, which was basically a binary or Boolean value, which was true or false when we had only approve or deny, right? But now that we've changed that to a text field, we've added an or condition. We can add an or condition or an and condition. And now what we've done is we have this json.data.text, right? Because now we're getting our response in the form of a free text input. So this is a very simple example where I've just used if it contains the word yes, then assume that the sentiment is yes and the answer is yes, but otherwise assume that it is false and the answer is no. Now, this is just a very simple way of doing it. You could obviously, a better way of doing this would be to use, say, an AI agent and to analyze the response, tell me if the sentiment is positive or negative, and if the sentiment is positive, then send the welcome to Man United email. If the sentiment was negative, then send the we regret to inform you email. So that is basically, but the main point of this is for you to understand that these are the options you have available. You can use the approve and deny logic, you can use a custom text logic, and I'll even briefly show you the form logic. So if we come back into Gmail and we change this to custom form, we can add form elements. So I'll just enter a placeholder, say name, I hit execute step, okay, and hit save. We will just stop our workflow and now hit execute workflow. If I come back into Gmail, this is our previous welcome to Man United email. Now, can you see we get this, hey Adrian, would you like to approve the signing of Messi to Man United? But if we click respond, it takes us to this form, which has a name field, and we could customize this accordingly, right? And then if we hit submit, this info will be passed back to our human in the loop system. The response will obviously change. So let me just show that to you as well. Say I entered Luis Suarez for whatever reason. Okay, and I hit submit. Here, in our if condition, can you see that now the structure of our response has changed? It's now json.data.name, and whatever fields we would have additionally, all of those would appear in here. So maybe we have multiple check conditions and accordingly analyze our form inputs. But this is basically how in 3 ways you can have different human in the loop systems based on what you need it for. So you can have an approve and deny, you can have a custom text field, and you can even have form inputs that a human responds to before you taking any kind of action. Just remember, one good practice to have is to always have the fallback option. So when we come in here, you can choose limit wait time. And in here, you can set a custom time limit. And after this limit, the scenario will fail by default. That again is best practice so that your automations don't get stuck. But that's it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one.